Good evening. We are going to call the regular city council meeting of the city of Cotati to order. I'm going to turn it over to the city attorney for a brief announcement before we begin.
Yeah, thank you. We have two council members this evening participating remotely, one of whom was not listed on the agenda. She's participating pursuant to 54953F due to a just cause, and that is Councilmember Lemus. Councilmember Harvey is participating pursuant to an agendized indication on the agenda 54953B.
All right, thank you for that. Can we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Lemus.
Here.
Councilmember Rivers.
Here.
Councilmember Harvey.
Here.
Vice Mayor Ford.
Here.
Mayor Sparks.
Here. And can we turn up the Zoom a little bit in the chambers? Right, thank you. All right, I would invite everybody to stand to join us for the land acknowledgement, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The city of Cotati recognizes that we are on the ancestral lands of the coastal Miwok, who are the original caretakers of this area. We respectfully acknowledge the indigenous peoples who have been stewarding and maintaining a relationship on this land as knowledge keepers for millennia. This acknowledgement does not take the place of authentic relationships with indigenous communities, but serves as a gesture of respect to the land that we are on. Now we will say the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Now we're going to move on to the approval of the minutes from our regular meeting on June 25th. Does anyone in the council have any adjustments or corrections to the minutes? Okay, I had two quick corrections. First of all, on item 17, it said we adjourned to closed session at, and then it's blank. So we just need to fill in the time that we adjourned. And then on item 13C, there was some direction to staff that was noted in the minutes in regard to the baseball fields, that we should come to an agreement about the open field hours. And it says, once Cater Field construction is complete. And I'd just like to adjust that to say we should come to an agreement about the hours before Cater Field construction is complete, because that was kind of the sentiment to get it going ahead of time. I'd like to open it up for public comment on the minutes. If anyone would like to make a comment about the minutes from our last regular meeting, this would be the time to do so. Do we have any Zoom attendees?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, if you would like to make a public comment on approval of the minutes, please use the raise hand icon. Once again, we are taking comments, approval of the minutes. We do have a hand from Scott Gorey. Scott, you have the floor.
Sorry, I just wanted to say I was here available for any questions.
Thank you for your comments. Seeing no further hands, Mayor Sparks, that will end public comment on Zoom. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone in the chambers who wishes to make a public comment about the minutes from last meeting? Okay, seeing none, I'd be looking for a motion.
Move to approve the minutes with the two changes that the mayor indicated.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Because we have Zoom attendees, we're going to do roll call votes throughout the meeting tonight. So let's take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Rivers.
Aye.
Councilmember Lemus.
Aye.
Councilmember Harvey.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ford.
Yes.
Mayor Sparks.
Yes. All right, the minutes are approved unanimously. Bear with me now while I read through some announcements. Meeting orientation for new attendees and viewers. In conformance with the Brown Act and the adopted City Council rules, the meeting agenda includes items labeled as action items where the City Council may consider the item. If the City Council considers the item, citizens will be afforded the opportunity to provide comments relevant to the item being discussed. The meeting agenda also includes a citizens' business item, which is the designated place on the agenda where citizens have the right to say whatever they wish. However, the Brown Act prohibits the City Council from taking action or considering any item that is not on this agenda to ensure that other members of the community who wish to provide comment are notified in advance through a properly noticed meeting agenda. Measure S supports police services, a variety of recreation programs for all ages, and the maintenance of our streets, parks, and public buildings. See details on the web at cotatiCity.org. Citizens interested in receiving City of Cotati community alerts via text or email are encouraged to enroll with Civic Ready by signing up on the city's website, cotatiCity.org, under the How Do I link at the top of the homepage. Like always, we love to hear from you, so please feel free to contact the city at 707-792-4600 or info@cotatiCity.org. If you have a non-emergency issue after normal business hours, you can contact us at 707-792-4611. And of course, if you have an emergency, please contact 911. Continue to look for updates on the city's website and social media channels available on Facebook, Instagram, and Civic Ready. We now have an item to approve the final agenda. Are there any proposed changes to the agenda tonight?
No proposed changes, Mayor.
Okay, great. So we will move right along to citizens' business. Citizens' business and public comment for consent calendar items. Any member of the public wishing to speak to the council on any items listed on the consent calendar or any matters not listed on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council may do so at this time. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the council is not allowed to consider issues or take action on any item not listed on the agenda. Pursuant to City Council Policy 2023-01, comments of any member of the public are normally restricted to a total of 3 minutes in length per person for matters not on the agenda, and a total of 3 minutes per person in length for any and all items on the consent calendar. The mayor may extend the time limit for reasonable time where a disability accommodation has been requested. To facilitate public comment, the deputy city clerk will alert speakers when there are 30 seconds remaining. So we will go ahead and open it to the chambers first for public comment for citizens' business and consent calendar items. They don't seem to have any comment cards, but is there anyone who wishes to address the council? Come on up. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Gary Koffler. I'm a Cotati resident for the last 5 years. The last meeting I attended, I asked about plans for the ranch across the street, and Mr. Obid gave a good response. I was told you're looking at temporary and permanent operators for the ranch. Before I ask another single question, I'd like to tell you a little about who I am and why I'm standing here. First, I'm what's now called a serial entrepreneur. In high school and college, I serviced aquariums for doctors, lawyers, businesses, celebrities. In 1977, I bought one of the first Apple II computers from a man who would become my friend, Steve Wozniak. During the following decades, I either founded, co-founded, or worked at executive levels in many seminal home computer software companies. Softape, Datasoft, Datamost, ICOM, Sega, I don't know, I didn't even heard of those a long time ago. In the 1990s, I worked for a company doing artificial intelligence long before ChatGPT. That same company ultimately produced a virtual reality game console prototype for Hasbro toys. Mark Zuckerberg was a 3-year-old playing with crayons back then. I have a history of arriving at parties early. Around that time, I became interested in producing more food for our growing world population using technology. 12 years ago, I was introduced to a modern incarnation of a very ancient food growing process called aquaponics. In short, it's a way to grow nutritious protein with reduced water and energy use and without soil, chemicals, or pesticides. The plant nutrition comes from feeding the fish and channeling the wastewater to the plants, which then clean the water. I told representatives from Farmster about this around 2021. They told me they didn't know anything about it other than what I had told them, and they asked me if I could help them set up with the system. I happily agreed. In 2022, I contacted my friend, John Parr. He's arguably one of the nascent aquaponic industry's premier designers and builders. I budgeted $20,000 of my own personal money that I had saved after retiring last year. We used it towards the design and construction of the state-of-the-art system that now sits across the street from City Hall on the Veranda Folletti Ranch. It continues to operate as designed. I was recently told by Farmster that they were dissolving their nonprofit and that I should remove everything I had brought into the greenhouse. My single question to the city is this tonight. What do you need to see and/or understand to keep the greenhouse going while you make new long-term plans for the ranch's future while they're being developed? I haven't drawn any money for remuneration or reimbursement for the last 2 years for my volunteer labor. I've been at the site nearly every day for the last 2 years. 90% of the water we added 2 years ago is still in the system, and plants continue to grow like weeds, without weeds. I believe I can contribute to the greenhouse plans in a manner that aligns with the Sonoma Land Conservancy's use requirements for the ranch and the 2023 Farmster Work Plan for the greenhouse. How'd I do? 20 seconds left.
Came in under time.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the comment. All right, anyone else? Oh, hi, welcome.
Hi, Nancy Preplich. I actually reside in Sebastopol, but you still have 2 of my cows across the street. I am the one who brought the federal lawsuit against you for lack of due process regarding Farmster and the farm across the street. And we can do it again, because it sounds like the same playbook is being had. Let's refresh that in order to initially get that contract, the city had a minimum requirement, not a preference, and Ms. Harvey, you should remember this, not a preference, but a requirement of minimum 5 years farming experience. To quote Mr. Obid and his assessment of the lead operator of Farmster, Dustin DeMatteo had no significant farming experience. Because what does he do? He brings in the people that have the experience, who invest the time, sweat, financial equity, and then the city arbitrarily, through Dustin, says, time for you to go. No reason, no reasonable timeline, nothing in accordance with any contract or made up memorandums of understanding that come out of the blue. And then you tried to seize our property. You tried to do it with my livestock. I billed you $31,000, fair market value. You sent me a check for 11. I sent it back. You sent it back to me. I sent it back. I took you to court. Here's all the documents for discovery. And you made a smart business decision after 2 years to pay me 50 grand. The original 31 plus the time for my attorney. I am so happy to meet this gentleman, because this time I'll do it for fun. The inside dealings that happen in this council, that has been happening with that project specifically, is appalling. It puts what's happening on the national stage to shame. I don't know what kind of special relationship Mr. DeMatteo and Obid have, but they got one. You have lied to the public, and let me give you the example. You put signs all around. You put it in the water bill. The animals must be removed for their own safety and well-being. But then you have a contract with the person doing the job on the house and the water tower, and there's a specific line item that says this is an operating farm, and they will specifically work around the operations of the farm, including putting up temporary fencing to protect the livestock on site. Which is it? And now it's the aquaponics system. A nonprofit does not belong to one
20 seconds.
incredibly inexperienced young man who has used our expertise, our effort to build his resume so he can get a cush little job with the city of Rohnert Park.
All right, thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else in the chambers who wishes to make a public comment? All right, can we go to Zoom, please?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Once again, speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a public comment for citizens' business or consent calendar items. Mayor Sparks, that'll end public comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone in the council who would like to pull any of the consent calendar items? Councilmember Harvey?
Mayor, I don't necessarily think I need to pull the item, but I do have a minor question on 9B.
Sure, go right ahead.
Okay, so in the cost schedule for the development impact fee study. It says not to exceed a fixed fee of $42,000, yet at the bottom, it says the city shall reimburse for any costs incurred, including without limitation, copying costs, digitizing costs, travel expenses, employee time, and attorney fees. So I'm just curious as to how that's going to work, because the table set, kind of accounts for the 42,000, yet this implies that there could be a lot of other expenses. So that's my question.
All right, thank you. City Manager Obid, could you address that, please?
Yeah, so Councilmember Harvey is correct in that the table shows hourly rates and hours for different tasks, but typically how this works is, actually this is exactly how it will work, is that the contract itself would be, if the council approves it, would have a not to exceed value of $42,000. And any of these incidental charges would have to be part of that total. So within the tasks themselves, there might be some copy fees and other things that would fit under a task, even though it doesn't show it in the table. So $42,000 would be what the council's actually approving, regardless of any incidental costs, is the short answer.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you. That's what I thought, but I wanted to be sure because it was unclear. Thank you.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilmember Rivers.
So mine's about 9A. I know last time this didn't have to happen because we didn't have more qualifying applicant or candidates than we did openings. Do we have more qualified candidates than we have positions right now for the election?
I can answer that question for you, Councilmember Rivers. It's a different resolution that we pass after there's the candidate filing period happens to open next week. So this is just calling the election, and this is a process that is taken every election.
Okay, so once we know that there are more, then we have an additional proposal?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, any other questions or concerns about the consent calendar items? If not, I'd be looking for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I would move to approve the consent calendar.
Second?
All right, we have a motion and a second. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Lemus,
Yes.
Councilmember Rivers,
Yes.
Councilmember Harvey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ford,
Yes.
Mayor Sparks.
Yes. All right, that takes us to our next item, which is direction on future agenda items. Is there anyone on the council who wishes to provide a direction on some item to include on a future meeting's agenda?
I would love to hear what the bid process is, like just have a general idea of what that is, because I feel like I keep hearing issues with the bidding process and it's not super transparent to me. Is that possible that we could just have a brief presentation on what the bidding process is? Is it different for every different thing, or is there a particular procedure that's followed?
If the council wishes, we could go over the procurement process, which covers all types of different bidding, because it depends on what we're actually doing.
Okay, I would really like to see that.
I don't have any objection to having a report or an educational report for us on how that works. Yeah.
Thank you.
Is everyone else okay with that? Okay, I'm seeing
I'm
some
okay
off.
with it as long as we don't have to give up something else that it takes away staff's time. Other than that, I'm good with it.
Yeah, so we already have an adopted procurement policy and process, so it'll take some time, but it shouldn't be an inordinate amount of time.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, any other direction on future agenda items? Okay, so that brings us to the public hearings section of our meeting. We're going to begin with a public hearing to introduce an ordinance amending Chapter 1728, Special Purpose Zone and Overlay Zone Standards of Title 17, land use of the Cotati Municipal Code to allow existing planned unit developments to be subdivided, developed, redeveloped, or modified consistent with the underlying zoning district to develop standards, and also to rezoning multiple properties to be consistent with their general plan land use designations. Who am I turning this over to? Mr. Harries?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. My name's JP Harries. I'm a senior planner with the city of Cotati. And tonight we are, next slide, please. Tonight we are talking about doing two things. The first is addressing an issue that the council directed staff to address, which has to do with PUD zoning. And we'll talk about that. And then the other is amending the zoning map really for the city of Cotati to be consistent with the general plan land use designations. This is an item that we're obligated to do by state law. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start kind of broad, and I'm going to talk about the zoning map and the general plan consistency, and then I'm going to kind of narrow down to the zoning. But the general plan establishes the blueprint for development throughout the city, and that includes housing, resource protection, open space, land use, use of public facilities. Within the land use element of the general plan, it describes kind of the general distribution and intensity of development throughout the city. And we do that by utilizing land use designations. Things like rural residential or low medium density residential, like that. And we'll talk about a few of those. In general, what these do is they provide a general description for the character of the property. How is it supposed to look? How is it supposed to feel? These are very kind of high level descriptions of the property, and they will give, it will give you what the maximum density might be, or it will tell you the land coverage. But it's pretty high level description of the type of use and development intensity that would be expected there. And then those land use designations are shown on what's called the land use map. And within our current general plan, this is figure 7.1. And if you go to the next slide, please. This is what it looks like. And it shows all the properties both within our current jurisdictional boundaries as well as the properties that extend to our urban growth boundary. So everything has an idea of how it would be treated. When we look at this, when we consider development within our boundaries, and then, well, we don't do it very often, but if we were to be considering annexation of property, we would also look to this to tell us how that property would be treated by the city. Let's go to the next slide, please. Then, once you've developed and adopted your general plan, you have to have a zoning ordinance, and every city in the state of California has a zoning ordinance. And the zoning ordinance are actually the rules and regulations that implement the general plan for the land use portion of the general plan. And it must be consistent with the general plan. You can't have a zoning ordinance that conflicts with your general plan. This is what state law provides. And the Governor's Office of Planning and Research uses what they call a consistency test. So if they are measuring, is your zoning ordinance consistent with your general plan, the basic question is, are you obstructing implementation in your general plan, or are you allowing the general plan to be implemented? Right? Does it further the objectives of the general plan? Next slide. So when we talk about our land use designations, I know it's hard to read, but it is on, let me just take a real quick, it is on a certain page of your staff report if you want to look more closely at it. And that is on page 119 of your packet. So if you look at this, like for example, if it has a land use designation of rural residential, we have a corresponding zoning district, also called rural residential. But we break that out into one dwelling per 1.5 acres and one dwelling per 1 acre. As well, when you go into the zoning code, you'll find further development standards. You know, this is where we'll say like what kind of uses are allowed on that particular property. What are the setbacks for for property zone that way, the height, all those standards. These are the implementing pieces of the zoning code that implements the general plan's direction. Okay, let's move on. And so when you do that, you end up with a zoning map. And it's a little bit different. I know it can be confusing. You have your general plan, which is the larger scope, and then you have the zoning, which tells you exactly what the zoning is. Now, state law requires that our zoning map be consistent with our land use map. Generally, you would adopt a zoning new map within like a year of adopting the general plan. I can't explain why that wasn't done, but it wasn't, and we're trying to do it tonight. So what we're proposing tonight is just that, to go through, what we've done is we've gone through the general plan, looked at our current zoning map and said what needs to change on the zoning map to be consistent with what the city council did in 2015 by changing, or, you know, when they adopted the land use map with that general plan. Next slide, please. Oh, and then here's just some of the rules that come out of the government code. So it says if a zoning becomes inconsistent with the general plan due to a general plan amendment, then the zoning must be amended. And the zoning map needs to be amended so that the parcels listed on packet page 120 through 123, I've listed out the parcels because it'd be easier to look at those rather than a map. They just have to be consistent with the land use designations. There's 91 parcels that this comes down to. Many of them are, I think, old PUDs. They're largely like, most of them are kind of along East Cotati Avenue. And I'll show you some of those in another slide. And I say there, most general plan land use designation changes, they recognize existing conditions. These are especially related to the ones along East Cotati Avenue. And some of them, some of the general plan changes actually increase density, and those would be like along West Cotati Avenue, Gilman Ranch, and one particular parcel on Cypress Avenue. Next slide, please. So this is an example of an inconsistency. If you look at the coloring, and it's hard to see in this, but some of the colors look the same, is what I'm trying to say. But what you want to looking north of East Cotati Avenue, you can see that entire red section on the right-hand slide is labeling all of those properties as commercial, basically general commercial. And if you're familiar with those properties on Keystone and Greenleaf Way and Baytree, you'll know that those are residential properties. And so if you look over at the general plan is saying, hey, those should be rezoned to, or they did basically recognize the way that they're developed as residential properties. For this area, this is a good thing because it avoids us getting in entanglements of nonconformity. So if you have a residential property, it should be treated like a residential property and not as a commercial property. So that's what this, these map changes would reflect. And so you would see basically medium neighborhood density lining up with the MDR. And I hope that you can follow that. But it just basically, the NM has to match where the MDR is. That's bottom line when it comes to changing your map to be consistent with your general plan. Next slide. Okay, so that had to do with the zoning map. The other thing we're doing is we're looking at PUD development, and this this is largely came about, if you recall, the Cotati Village project, where we had that issue where we had to do a zoning amendment to get rid of a PUD prior to actually taking action on the project. So prior to 2005 in Cotati, our old code allowed for the development of PUDs. A PUD basically is a zoning classification that acts as an overlay. to the underlying zoning. And it is typically project and parcel specific. So you're basically creating a PUD that is designed to accommodate a certain project. The rules of that PUD are typically the result of a negotiation between staff or the city, and including the decision makers, the developer, and the public. And then somehow or another you end up to, how is this PUD going to look? It typically allows things to happen that would not be allowed under just normal standard following the zoning. What it does is it creates a zoning overlay, or this is what it did, and it required an ordinance by the city council to create that. Because it required that in the past, and their code actually talked about how you could do that prior to 2005, to undo one, you would have to do a zoning amendment again. So that's bottom line. I can answer any questions about that if you have them. Let's go to the next slide. So the issues that we have with PUDs in Cotati is, first of all, currently it requires rezoning because we don't have a mechanism described in our code. In fact, our current code doesn't even discuss them, doesn't even have the words plan unit development in them, which puts us in an awkward situation because jurisprudence in California has said you follow the ordinance to figure out how you deal with it, and we don't have that direction in our code. The other thing is we don't know the number and the locations of all the PUDs in Cotati. I don't know how far back the ordinance goes, but there's no tracking of the PUDs. So we discover the PUDs when a development project comes in, and we go and we pull old files out of the warehouse and we start digging through, like, what's the history that has happened here? And then we'll go, oh, you have a PUD, and you're going to have to do a rezoning, and it can create a nightmare situation. And this is kind of what happened with the Cotati Village. We got into the project, we started looking at it, all of a sudden we realized we had to do a rezoning. The other problem is, we just talked about land use designations. A PUD could actually conflict with what our land use designations are. And so we might have zoning, because that's effectively what a PUD is, that conflicts with what the development potential is according to our general plan. And that would be a violation of state law. And then further, AB 821, which was from 2023, said now as of January 1st, 2024, if someone comes in with a development project, now the city is obligated to go out on its own and rezone that property. So that puts us in the position of going through a process that, well, one, staff wasn't anticipating, and staff's not going to get any, and the city's not going to get any cost recovery for. So it's an immediate burden placed on the city. And it puts decision makers in the awkward position of having to make decisions about zoning in advance of a project that's coming before you, which is exactly what happened to us a few months ago. So what we're doing tonight is trying to address this issue. Next slide, please. So what it does is it creates a new section in the packet, and this is on page 124 of your packet if you want to read the whole thing. I've abbreviated it here on this slide. But the primary substantive part of it is that what's in bold, so that section C in bold, says basically, basically what it does is it describes what a PUD is, says that they're not permitted and that you have to follow our rules. And then it says if you have a PUD, then you do one of two things. You either follow what's in the PUD, in the ordinance that created it, or this code provision would allow you to subdivide, develop, redevelop, modify it in accordance with the underlying zoning. So there's no conflict with the general plan, and it doesn't put anybody in an awkward place of having to rezone the property. Basically, this would create the provision to allow a PUD owner to develop either with the PUD or with the zoning. and that's the intent. So, next slide, please. So the staff recommendation is that staff and the planning commission recommend that the city council introduce the draft ordinance, which would amend chapter 1728 to allow PUD development or modification and development, redevelopment consistent with the underlying zoning district, and also rezone multiple properties and the map to be consistent with their general plan land use designations from 2015. And with that, I'm open for any questions or comments.
All right, thank you very much. Can we possibly adjust the screen so that I can see? Oh, there we go. Perfect. So I can see our other council members. All right, does anyone, before we open the public hearing, does anyone on the council have a question? So, yes, Councilmember Harvey.
Yes, even on your slide right now that you have before us, one of the lots that you are trying to change its zoning on, it is not consistent depending upon which map you look at. And specifically, I'm talking about the one on Cypress Avenue. In the picture you have sitting right before us, it very clearly shows it as RVL. Yet another map that you have in our packet is showing it differently, and you're trying to change it from RVL to NL, and I'm concerned about that. So I have not been able to find where that inconsistency happened and how that changed. And I have a similar issue with the West Cotati Avenue. There's, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They are already all built. They are consistent with rural residential, and you're trying to change them to RVL. And the reason that I have these concerns is for the ones changing from RR to RVL, as you pointed out, it changes what's allowed in those districts. So people that have standard setbacks and things like that, all of a sudden you're changing, you know, existing homes. The ones, you know, I'm less concerned about are the ones that aren't built. For instance, the ones on Gilman Ranch. But people that already have existing homes with existing things, if we change the underlying zoning on them, that kind of puts people possibly out of step with what it is that they have already on that property. And the Cypress one, I don't know what to say, because part of the maps have it as RVL, and then your one map shows it as NL. And that has implications because the next item that we're seeing has to do with Plex housing and taking a rural area and having, I can't even count the number because it's unclear with the zoning exactly how many units could be put on there, but quite a lot of units in the middle of rural just doesn't seem consistent. And we've consistently tried to feather things up. So I'm not sure what happened there and have not been able to find the history on that.
So just to clarify, you're asking for a description of how we ended up with this discrepancy between the two maps?
Yeah, because I'm not very comfortable with moving forward on those, I guess, seven properties without understanding how they got changed, when they got changed. If it's not, I mean, for all I know, that there was a mistake on the general plan map. And, you know, as JP pointed out, when I look at these maps, I don't go through all 3,000 parcels and see specifically which parcel changed. I mean, maybe I should, but, you know, kind of generally look at it and if it looks like it's the same, unless it's pointed out like it is in this, in this packet item. So that's my concern, because these people, we're going to change what they can do on their property
So,
without
according
them knowing.
Councilmember Harvey, according to our procedure for the public hearing, we can do questions right now, and I'd love to come back and revisit more discussion on that topic after we've gotten to the discussion portion. So can you address some of those questions about how we ended up with the discrepancies? I believe I was hearing on Cypress and West Cotati Avenue mostly.
Sure. I mean, I'll try and do what I can. The map that's shown there, that's the last slide of my presentation, is actually the zoning map that we have currently. So she's actually honed in on a parcel that the general plan says to change, that this zoning map does not yet reflect the change. It would be one of the changes. I know the parcel that she's speaking of. It is largely the one, I think the biggest one that you mentioned was the one on Cypress, which has an RVL designation. It's about an 8-acre parcel. And it stretches from Cypress almost all the way down to Valparaiso. It crosses that. There's actually two properties there that are combined into an 18-acre property. But one portion of that property, the general plan land use designation was changed. My understanding is it was changed in 2015. I wasn't here, nobody, well, Damien was here, but Damien was not in the land use department, in the planning department. I know that there were discussions, substantial discussions when they were talking about upzoning on the west side, especially around Richardson Lane, which the council ultimately directed staff not to make those changes on the kind of the upper portion of Richardson Lane. I don't know, so I have no idea why or how long discussions about these particular properties on West Cotati and Cypress that she's recalling were part of the discussions. I do know, because I did go through kind of the documentation of the general plan, that these properties are shown to be changed in every document that went before Planning Commission, City Council for public workshops, in the public draft that was distributed, and then ultimately in the final document. So it kind of carried through all of the planning documents. But unfortunately, I don't have any record or idea of what discussions may or may not have occurred. I will say, at the same time, the city adopted housing element, and the same zoning is land use designation is reflected in the housing element. It could have been that these were upzoned to meet with the RENA numbers. I do not know, though. I'm only speculating as to why certain properties would get upzoned. If we wanted to today, to change it now, essentially we're obligated to make sure our zoning code is consistent with our general plan. If we wanted to change that, we would have to amend the general plan. It would have to go through a general plan amendment process to change that map. And that's it.
All right, thank you. I have a follow-up question for you on this same topic. There are various different zoning types that implement the general plan land uses, and they don't match quite one-to-one, right? Their names are different. They're not named exactly the same thing. So for the areas on the general plan land use map in the region along West Cotati, it's like the things on the southwest side are zoned in the general plan map as rural residential, and on the northeast side, it's low density residential. So my question is there any leeway or discretion on which zone to implement those types on the general plan with? For example, could you implement rural residential as rural residential? Or does it have to be low-density residential? Does that have to become neighborhood low, or could it, or residential very low, or could it also be rural residential? And please correct me if that question is making no sense at all.
I believe you made sense.
Okay.
And I would say our flexibility lies within, so yes, if it's LDR, it has to go to RVL, which is residential very low density. However,
So just to clarify, LDR maps directly to RVL?
that's correct.
Okay.
However, within RVL, I think we do have some discretion, which is there is RVL equals one dwelling unit point per, because the general plan doesn't distinguish this type of breakdown. So we could do this. RVL, one dwelling unit per 1/2 acre, or RVL 0.66, which would be one dwelling unit per 0.66 acres.
So there are subclasses to the RVL?
There's subclasses to RR, and there are subclasses to RVL, and then there's subclasses to commercial zoning as well. But so with RR, there's RR 1.5 and RR1. And so the general plan doesn't tell us what to do in that particular situation. So I think tonight, if you wanted to say that, if you're going to amend the map, amend the map thusly, and then we can make that kind of an adjustment and be consistent with state law and our general plan.
Okay.
But I don't, anyway, that's what I believe what latitude we have tonight, yeah.
Okay, thank you. One other question. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Did you?
I just was wondering if you could address the impact of a zoning change on already built use. So there was some concern that changing the zoning on somebody who's already built a house would affect their use of that land.
Well, I believe, the concern I heard was the upzoning might change, let's say, some setbacks, relatively minor, might go from 25 to 20, like on a rear setback. Side setback might go from 15 to 10. So it's potentially, your neighbor might be able to build a little closer if they were building, presuming they're not building an ADU where they can kind of come right up to your fence. So that would happen. There's a potential that some of those properties are large enough that they could be subdivided into two. That's a potential over there. That would be, and so I guess those are the implications. Is in that area, your setbacks might be reduced a little bit. RR to RVL, there's not a whole lot of changes in terms of what you can do with that property, and very little. In RR, you have a little more flexibility for like additional agricultural type buildings, but really not much.
But the upzonings, as all of these are upzonings, won't make anybody's current use non-compliant or cause problems for the current property owners with their current use.
I want to be very careful. I believe the answer would be no. You're not going to create a non-conforming situation, and we would want to avoid that situation, but
Thanks.
yeah.
Yes, Councilmember Rivers.
So if something were to come up that was unforeseen to us in this moment, would they be grandfathered in, or would they be deemed out of compliance and have to take out whatever they had that it was okay when they put it in and is no longer okay?
Yes, that kind of thing happens a lot, actually. I mean, things change through time, and yes, if you can be, and our code allows for grandfathering in. Now, if you were going to do a whole tear down rebuild, from the beginning, you would have to build up to current standards. But if there were, say, a catastrophic event like a fire, they could build, what they had, and that would be fine.
So I would just add, anything that's existing is allowed to remain and
And maintained.
and be maintained into the future, even after rule changes are made by the city.
Okay, and are there any outstanding plans that you're aware of that would not be in compliance with the new one, but is right now?
No, none that I'm aware of.
Okay. I mean, I guess the thing I'm concerned about is, it takes a long time to get through that whole planning process. And if they haven't gotten to the point where they've submitted the plans to you, but they've been working on it for the last year or something, would that still be grandfathered, or does it have to already be permitted? Like, where is the point in which we say it's grandfathered?
If we received an application today, this ordinance, if it was approved or introduced today, it would come back for a second reading, and then it would go into effect 30 days later. That's the day at which kind of the door closes. So if something comes in before, actually, is it decision time or admittance? It's when it's okay, yeah. So when it's submitted, if something were submitted prior to the ordinance going into effect, we would use today's rules.
So were the people at these addresses notified that this change was going to happen to their property?
No, we're doing a citywide amendment. So we did basically a large notification in the paper. I do want to make sure that the council understands the change was made in 2015. So today we're really only changing a document that the city puts out for display and uses internally. If a project came in today, we would have to go by what the general plan land use designation says what the property is. I mean, that is the higher order. So it would, we're not going, what we're doing today only implements what was done in 2015 in terms of the general plan. Looks like John's gonna.
Well, I'm just going to state what you're saying in a slightly different way, which is that while we're making changes to the zoning ordinance that do impact things on paper, they couldn't have developed under the zoning ordinance anyway, because it's inconsistent with the general plan. So it doesn't have a practical impact on these folks, is I think what we're both trying to say.
Okay, and I'm just saying, it's 7 o'clock, so nothing is going to be submitted today, right? So, okay, but you're saying that if they'd submitted it over the past, since 2015, they would have gotten the same response that they would get whether we approve this or not. Is that what I'm understanding?
You are correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, can I take a point of privilege?
Sure.
The term grandfathering is highly racist. It refers to Jim Crow laws that were attempts to keep black people from voting. So I would strongly request that we use an alternate term. Some that are gaining prevalence are exempt or pre-existing, legacy, vested. There are lots of alternatives, but please stop using grandfathering. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for that correction. I was not aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Harvey.
Yes, JP, you said that there's no real changes other than the setbacks. But in the zoning, I think there's differences in things like structures. And I think there's a lot more latitude with, I believe they call them accessory structures in RR versus RVL. Is that not correct?
I believe you can have more agricultural type structures or accessory structures. I would have to look. I don't know if that applies to RR and RVL or if it's just only to RR. I don't have.
When I looked at it,
Yeah.
that was one of the things that was concerning me, is that changing them from RR to RVL was that did limit that. And, these are, all of the parcels on West Cotati Avenue are, acre to acre and a half, parcels. A lot of them, have, various different kind of animals and things going on there. So I just, there are things, and you said that they become non-conforming, but does that mean then that what I heard you respond to Councilmember Rivers was, so if today I can build another structure on my property, but you change the zoning on me tomorrow, that what I could do on my property, I can no longer do. Is that correct?
I would say the scenario you just laid out would be correct, yes. So let's just say you could build 3 accessory structures. We're not talking about ADUs, but like barn-like
Right.
structures today under RR. If that were not allowed under RVL, then you would not be able to build those 3 structures. But again, I would say, once you look at the general plan, that's what really tells us what can and can't be done there. So by having the conflicting, the zoning map conflicting with the general plan, creates confusion for the public. So that change was made in 2015. And
Are we sure? Do we know that factually? I couldn't, I really did try and look. I tried really hard, but none of this stuff, I guess because those documents are so big, you can't get to any of them.
everything that I've seen indicates that it was approved that way. And it was kind of consistent through the meetings that were held, the public meetings that were held prior to adoption of the general plan. I see it in all of the maps. You know, another thing is we're probably, you know, I don't know, we want to get into general plan amendment update. We could talk about how another path that you might be interested in the future.
Yeah, I would just, to the point about the agricultural nonconformity. So right now, any decision the city makes has to be consistent with the general plan. The general plan land use designation and these parcels we're identifying right now would not allow some of these rural residential uses and structures to be built. The issue is if somebody came in to build an agricultural building, we may not go check the general plan for consistency. We might just pull up the zoning map because it's
Exactly.
and it's legally required to implement the general plan, and then staff is making mistakes, providing inaccurate information to people, then it gets discovered halfway through the process, and it's extremely problematic and inconsistent with state law to have land use documents that are not consistent with each other because of these reasons. So from the staff perspective, this is just a housekeeping exercise that implements decisions that the city made in 2015. We did do a significant amount of research to verify that all of the changes that are proposed with the ordinance tonight implement that decision that was made in 2015. However, if the council has concerns over some of these individual parcels, there is a process. It's allowed to be done 4 times a year under state law, whereby the city can amend the general plan to change the land use designation. The one thing that we have to be aware of is some of the recent changes in state law don't allow us to downzone residential densities. So we would have to make up any reduction in land use density that we made through a general plan amendment by increasing them in other places. Staff has identified some locations and projects that we intend to do that. Santero is a great example. So that capacity for kind of residential unit increasing and decreasing in different areas of the city is there, but it would have to be done through a future general plan amendment. And again, from staff's perspective, this process is just cleaning up information that we have that allows us to more effectively communicate what's allowed on properties with the public.
Thank you for that clarification. I just have a question from a standpoint of how is this feasible to do? Could we, just to understand the process, could we tonight approve most of this zoning map, exclude the areas that we're not sure about, and come back and do them later if we were to pursue a general plan update? Is that something we could do?
So if you look
Yeah.
at the general plan map
Yeah.
that was adopted by the city council in
Yeah.
2015, it shows these changes.
No, I understand that. I'm talking about just from a process standpoint for the zoning changes that we're,
But so what I'm saying is
Yeah.
if we carve out a few of these parcels
Yeah.
and say, don't change the zoning on those,
yeah,
we're still following the general plan if somebody comes in to do any projects.
I understand that.
From a legal standpoint,
Yeah.
you're asking whether we could just take some of the parcels off and not make the changes tonight. I
Kinda
think the answer
defer
to that
them,
is
yeah.
yes, you could do that.
Just not saying that's what we should do. I'm just
Right.
trying to understand the possibilities.
Right.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Rivers.
So if we approve what is before us, this will make, because I feel like we've already voted on this. So I just want to be clear, because I thought what I had voted on before was that everything would match the housing element. And now I'm hearing that they all still don't match. And so will this make everything match, or is this just another piece in the matching puzzle?
This will make everything match, and you are correct. You did that previously. This is something that should have been done 9 years ago, frankly. So what we did was that you participated in was the next kind of step in that process, because we have to do our housing element every 8 years.
Right, okay, so what the mayor was referring to about having different letters in different places, after this, all the letters will be the same, is that correct? On all the maps, moving forward?
Generally, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think the answer is almost, because the categories aren't exactly the same, but it'll be close. Okay, any other questions? All right, we're going to open the public hearing. So I will open it up to public comment. We're going to go to Zoom first for this one.
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a public comment. The first hand is from Lori. Lori, you have the floor.
I can give you the whole history on why you have this problem. And it was one of the first issues I ever worked on. The first few months, they had 2 public hearings and full of West Side ones residents. The only time I've ever seen them show up, because they were going to make Gilman Ranch Road commercial zoning. And nobody wanted it. Anybody. So suddenly it comes up to council in a couple of weeks, and it's all changed with it was, Damien was still there and gone back to the old zoning. So I was protesting back then that why wasn't there an environmental impact report or formal processes in February 2015, and that you would always put the general plan in risk because of what the processes that happened, that you didn't follow procedure to have Gilman Ranch Lane. And if you do anything to those properties, they may not understand it now, but there'll be 2 full rooms again of people saying that's they've tried to put a hotel there. They've tried in the past everything. It's been rural, residential, low density, all that for years, and it's never developed. And you don't know the whole history. And Damien was involved in all of this, and he would remember all of this. And I do not know why he does not fess up to it. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your comment.
The next hand is from Neil Hancock. Neil, you have the floor.
Yes, hello, Council. Just looking at the document, particularly for the businesses along 475 East, along East Cotati Avenue, there's a number of businesses along there. And so just really want to ask the question. I haven't looked at it in detail or done the homework on this because it's hard work, I guess, but are the businesses still going to be zoned for business? And particularly looking at 475 East Cotati Avenue, because it makes sense to zone some of the houses behind it, but there is a business right in front, and I believe there's another a bunch of businesses along there. So it's just the question is, will they still be zoned for the business that they currently have while rezoning the accommodation, the houses behind them as residential. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
That was the last hand on Zoom. Mayor Sparks, that will end public comment on Zoom. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'd like to open it up to public comment in the chambers. Is there anyone in the room who would like to address the council? Okay, not seeing any takers. Oh, yeah. Please come up to the microphone so we can all hear you.
Anyone here that knows about it, but did the zoning have anything to do with the tiger salamander? Is that why it was zoned that way? Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
We will note down your question and then we'll kind of address all the questions.
Okay.
Once
And
again.
my other question is, I was under the impression that we were talking, or you guys were tonight working on the Helen Putnam Park. And the, obviously it's not on the agenda tonight. Can you tell me when that will be? Or when stuff is starting there?
We, yes, we did address that at a recent meeting.
Okay,
And I
but I
can,
guess I missed that one.
when we take a break, maybe somebody can come speak with
Okay.
you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments from the people who are here tonight? Okay, we'll close public comment. And could I ask staff to address a few of those questions? One was, are the businesses along East Cotati going to be affected by this, especially at 475 East Cotati? And the other was, does the tiger salamander have anything to do with these zoning changes?
Take the first one. So no commercial properties are being turned into residential properties. In fact, if you look at the land use map, it very carefully kind of, and that's why I apologize for the colors, because it is hard to see. They're very close together. Some of the residential and commercial, especially the high density residential, looks a lot like commercial on these slides. But the answer is no. So essentially what we're doing is we're zoning the residential parts residential and keeping the commercial, the fronting along East Cotati as commercial.
And the tiger salamander?
And the tiger salamander, when the general plan was done, there was a full-blown EIR done, and it identifies mitigation strategies for when there's development in tiger salamander habitat. And pretty much the entire west side of Cotati, for your knowledge, is critical habitat for the California tiger salamander.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I'd like to open this up to the council for discussion. Would anyone like to make a comment? Yes, Vice Mayor Ford?
I feel like this is primarily a housekeeping decision that I'm not comfortable with carving some parcels out and not making the documents align. I'm fine if somebody wants to bring up a process to use that general plan amendment process, but not to keep our zoning map inconsistent with the general plan in violation of state law. That's just not, I think, a good way to go. I'm comfortable with when we're changing the zoning into one of those, one of the zones that has multiple subzones to choosing the least dense zone, the RVL 0.66 instead of RVL 0.5, or that would make sense to me. But I don't want to have a zoning map up there that's telling people they can do something with their land that they can't, or telling them they can't do something that they can. So I want the zoning map to reflect the reality that is the general plan that actually governs. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Harvey?
Yes, well, I'm, maybe I'm the only one, but I'm just not comfortable with those 7 parcels, how they got that way, the history of how they got that way. And every single time we do a, ordinance, or we talk about cottage housing, or the map we always pull out, and the map we always refer everyone to is the zoning map. So I guess I feel somewhat slighted, if we should never be looking at the zoning map, and instead we should have always been looking at the general plan map. Again, I feel remiss that I did not look parcel by parcel by parcel to see that there were discrepancies there and that we changed a bunch of things that weren't highlighted and pointed out. But I'm not feeling that I'm upset that they're different. I agree with the vice mayor that I would like them to be equal, but I'm not comfortable with just, ripping it out from under people, without a little bit more transparency with it and make sure, and for all I know, these people in these 7 lots may be perfectly happy. I don't know. But I just, it feels, very behind the scenes to all of a sudden be upzoning and rezoning people's property without, letting them know. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm comfortable with everything else. I'm comfortable with what's going on, East Cotati Avenue, changing the commercial, but I'm not comfortable with those 7 properties.
Just to clarify, are you talking about the 7 ones on?
So there's 6 on West Cotati Avenue and then 1 on Cypress. And the reason that I'm less concerned, there's a little bit of misnomer on some of them. They say Gilman Ranch Road. Those addresses don't exist. There's a strip of land that there's 3 that have a Gilman Ranch Road. In the staff report, they're numbers 3, 4, 5, and then 6 and 7. For whatever reason, some have this odd address that doesn't exist, and some have a West Cotati Avenue. Those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm less concerned about because there's nothing there. It's vacant land. But the ones where there is land and people, have been, some of those places have been there for a very long time. And so I'm just not comfortable with that at this point. So that's where I'm at.
All right, thank you. What about Councilmember Rivers or Councilmember Lemus? Do you have any thoughts on this? Yes, Councilmember
Sure.
Lemus?
I was just wondering, is there any kind of engagement that we can have with some of those addresses that Councilmember Harvey mentioned? Because if the changes happened in 2015 is what I'm hearing from the staff, but it just wasn't codified in the language, so that now they're changing the language to match it. I don't know if they're aware or not aware of that change. So can there be some engagement from staff to those addresses?
Any thoughts on that could you address?
Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion. And one of the things that we were discussing is that as we move forward with some of the land use changes that we talked about to increase density in other parts of the city, knowing what the goals and ideas for how those 7 parcel owners or even some of the other undeveloped parcels in that part of town are would allow us to make informed decisions on whether to include those in a general plan amendment. And so staff absolutely agrees that's a great suggestion, and we will reach out to them directly to engage with them to see what their plans are and how they would like to use their property in the future, and then propose to the city council rolling any of those changes in to allow the council to address that through that future process.
And just to clarify, would your preference be to proceed with this as written tonight and then do that subsequently? Or put this on hold? Because it seems a little odd to flip-flop their zoning back and forth.
So from the staff perspective, we have to rely on the general plan map. I understand what Councilmember Harvey is saying about, with the fact that staff, we don't present the general plan graphic a lot of the times when we're talking about land use decisions. And we do always talk about it, but it's not always the primary focus, as Councilmember Harvey has said. And I do agree that that is confusing at a minimum. And so from the staff perspective, having those consistent addresses that confusion. But we do have opportunities to not let this kind of question or issue linger for an extensive period of time. We can definitely fold it into processes that staff anticipates bringing back in this fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Harvey.
Yeah, and I'm really adamantly opposed to the Cypress one, because if you look at all the surrounding areas, they're all low density. And again, with the next item we have, that you've changed that to NL, I don't know the number, but there could be, you know, all of a sudden 100 homes there in the middle of land that has half-acre lots with one dwelling on them. And that just doesn't, I just feel like it was a mistake, because the one that's closer to all of the more dense lots, that one is still RVL. So it just, it's almost like somebody, you know, had a crayon and they accidentally made a mistake. Again, because I can't find any documentation that says we very specifically changed that. And I do know that I remember that we had a lot of discussion about the feathering, because my recollection is even the stuff just south of Aretsky Way, that there was talk about making that high density, and that abuts to rural residential. And, you know, that combination of, you know, putting high density next to rural residential and farm animals, you know, but it looked like that one at least stayed at RVL. So I know there was discussion, but again, I like that you are doing it now parcel by parcel. So we have a way to be able to go looking at maps, you know, and looking at subtle differences in colors and maps is not the way to go. So I'm just really uncomfortable with that Cypress lot.
Councilmember Rivers.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this waited 9 years, if it can wait a little longer for us to look through each of these and just make sure that it's, you know, this, you know, a more appropriate spread of housing, and not do this right now.
I think it's within our purview to decide when we want to do this. Where I'm at right now is I agree with Vice Mayor Ford that you know, Councilmember Harvey's point is well taken, that there's some question about how this happened in certain parcels. But regardless of how it transpired, the general plan exists in its current form, and it is to my understanding, it is the law of what these parcels are, whether there was a mistake or not. That's what it is right now. So I feel more comfortable if staff had the zoning map as a tool for them and for their process that is consistent with the general plan, and then I'd be happy to try to move forward as quickly as possible with exploring the general plan update so we can take a closer look at all of those parcels. So that's where I'm at right now. I'd prefer to move forward with this tonight. Yes, go ahead. Oh, sorry. I'll go back to Councilmember Harvey one more time.
So let me see if I have this right on the changing of zoning. If we upcycle these, I believe is the term you use, we cannot go backwards. So if we approve this way, even if we wanted to change the general plan, you can't move backwards.
But we've already changed the general plan. We already can't go backwards. As I understand it.
But what I heard said was we could readdress the general plan and change those. But,
there was some comment
can we?
Yes, the comment from staff was that if we simultaneously upzone other parcels while we is that what I'm understanding correctly? So if we take a broader look, including some of the changes along Santero Way or parcels that are going to be upzoned, then we can accomplish some downzoning. But it's not a matter of anything we do tonight, because those changes have already been made to the general plan. So we're not locking ourselves into any additional commitments, as I understand it, by making this change. Vice Mayor Ford?
A couple things. So I was on Planning Commission in 2015 when we went through this process, and we at least did talk through every parcel that was going through any kind of change. I don't have a specific memory of what the conversation was. I agree, it looks funny on the map to have the low, medium, you know, almost surrounded, although not, you know, on the east side, it's got a medium density parcel there. So it does make some sense even in the feathering, but that's not the discussion tonight because the general plan is what it is. I think it's good that we had this item because we've identified some places where maybe there's a place to look at the general plan and maybe do an amendment, but that's not the test tonight. So because the general plan, just talking about that Cypress parcel, already identifies it as low, medium density, somebody could come in and propose a project to build according to that land use, and that would be the governing. It doesn't matter what the zoning map says. So the zoning map is giving false information right now. I think it should be giving the right information, and we should initiate that look at the via reaching out to those parcel owners and finding out if what they think their land use is, their land use rights are right now. Try to figure out where we want to go with that. But we can't do it via this motion of keeping inconsistent zoning and general plan maps. One possibility that we sort of created earlier this year is to create a gap of time between introducing the ordinance and the second reading of it, to provide some time for that outreach to some property owners. Not that that really is, in my mind, pertinent to adopting a consistent zoning map, but I get the concerns, and so if there's particular parcels that we would like to ask staff to reach out to the owners of between now and the second reading, the adoption of the ordinance, then we could, as we did with an earlier ordinance, we could say, we don't want to see this for 2 months, right? We don't want to see the second reading for 2 months to give some chance for outreach to those property owners. I don't know if there's any reaction from the lawyer on that idea.
You could delay this second reading until we had, I was actually going to suggest the exact same thing. If there was an intention to have a conversation with some of the property owners, you could do that before the second reading was brought back for final adoption.
I think that's a good suggestion, yeah. Maybe we can fold that into the motion that we eventually come to. Okay,
Can I ask staff just to respond to
Sure.
the timeline? Is 2 months enough time to reach out? Okay, I've seen some nods.
Yes.
Okay, so is there any further discussion or comments? Okay, I'd be looking for a motion then.
I'd be happy to move that, wait, we're just introducing, right? Or are we adopting? We're introducing, okay. We introduce the draft ordinance amending chapter 1728 of Title 17 of the Cotati Municipal Code to allow existing plan unit developments to be developed, redeveloped, or modified consistent with the underlying zoning district development standards, and rezoning multiple properties to be consistent with their general plan use designations, with the proviso that the adoption come back in not sooner than 2 months.
Would anyone like to second that motion? Am I allowed to second the motion? Normally we don't by custom, but I'll second the motion. So we have a motion and a second. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Lemus,
Yes.
Councilmember Rivers,
No.
Councilmember Harvey,
No.
Vice Mayor Ford,
Yes.
Mayor Sparks.
Yes. Okay, that motion passes on a 3-2 vote. We're going to take a 5-minute break and we will start back up with item 11B in just about 5 minutes.
Just an announcement to our Zoom attendees that we'll be starting the meeting in a few minutes. Thank you.
Just an announcement for everyone. We have a council member who's becoming ill and just needs to go home. We have another council member who's participating via Zoom who's going to try to come in now so we can maintain our quorum. We have to have a quorum of 3 people in person to continue to take actions. So we're going to extend this recess by probably about another 10 minutes to give the other council member time to arrive. And we'll start back up then.
Councilmember Harvey, are you available to rejoin the meeting? Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you. We are going to reconvene. We've been playing a little bit of musical chairs as we're negotiating illnesses and making sure we have a quorum of 3 people here in person. There's a proposal, just because of the folks who are here in the audience wishing to probably make comment on a couple items that are later on in the agenda. There's been a proposal to move items 12A and 12B up and deal with those now, and then continue with the rest of the agenda, going back to 11B and continuing with the rest in order. Is there any objection to making that adjustment in the order? No? Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to item 12A, which is approval of a license agreement for an interim livestock operator at the Veranda Fletty Ranch.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So currently the ranch is operated by 2 licensees, Farmster, who manages the city-owned livestock compost program, horticulture, and high school, more like high school adult education programs, and Sandy Loam, who manages the K-8 childhood education, the chickens, and the open farm events and other education for all ages. The city recently received notice that Farmster was winding down operations effective July 31st of this year. And as a result, the city began a search for an interim licensee until a full request for proposals could be conducted. As far as the city side goes, the priorities for Farmster's current roles are to ensure that the city-owned animals remain healthy, keeping the crops on track for the fall festival, and managing the monthly free compost program. After reaching out to several well-respected people in the agricultural community, the consensus recommendation was Tommy Henry, with Fern Homestead in Pengrove as a if she was willing to do it, would be a great option to do these operations on the farm. So the city reached out to Tommy, and after several conversations and site visits, she offered to assist the city at the ranch. And that proposal is in the packet. The proposal for this interim 6-month work is attached, and it largely fulfills the 2024 Farmster work plan, except for the farm stand that was part of Farmster's plan. This work has been delayed until a permanent operator is selected through an RFP process. And the plan attached includes rotational grazing, mobile feed wagon to increase public engagement with the farm animals, and support for planned on-farm events and additional activities with tracking of engagements. The plan would be carried out by Tommy as the ranch manager coordinator, Bryce Nahas, apologize if I got that last name wrong, as the project manager garden coordinator, and Callie Warren as the social media marketing lead. The cost of the proposed work is a little under $41,000, which is within the remaining budget allotment for Farmster. And just a caveat, we're still working on insurance coverage, but due to the meeting gap in July, we need to bring this forward now while we work on getting the coverage for Tommy and her operation. And if the council approves this tonight, we will continue to work with Tommy to both secure the insurance coverage, but also to enter into a license agreement in the form previously approved and currently used by both Farmster and Sandy Loam. And I know Tommy is here in the audience if the council has any questions, but otherwise I'd also be happy to answer any questions if the council has any.
All right, are there any questions from the council? Yes, Vice Mayor Ford.
This is a 6-month agreement, right? So does that cost of the 6 month, is that approximately half of what we expected to spend on Farmster for the year, or would it use up the rest of the fiscal year Farmster budget?
So Farmster has expended about half, and this would be roughly the other half of what was planned for the calendar year. So for 2024.
Oh, it's a calendar year agreement?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, other questions? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
No, I just want to just confirm, and I think I did verify that they have more than 5 years of experience as a farmer, from what I could tell in the records. Yes? Okay.
I believe that's true. She has her own farm in Pen Grove. I actually don't know how many years, but she can speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and open it up to public comment. Is there anyone in the council chambers who would like to address the city council? Okay, not seeing anyone. Can we go to Zoom?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a public comment on this item. Mayor Sparks, that will end public comment. Thank you.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the council for discussion. Does anyone have any comments? Yes, Vice Mayor Ford.
Well, I'm thrilled to have found a local operator who seems very much in tune with our vision for Veranda Faletti Ranch, so I'm overall very much in support. The aquaculture greenhouse that's there, if Tommy does not have any objection to its remaining, my preference would be for it to stay until a permanent operator is selected who might, I would hate to see it go away and then the permanent operator come and want to reestablish it. So that'd be my preference. I'm not proposing that be in the contract or anything like that, but at least I'm hoping the city's open to that remaining if the new operator, if the interim operator is not opposed. Thanks.
All right, other comments? Yes.
I was just going to say that I support what Vice Mayor Ford said. The hydroponic system's already there. You know, if there's a way to kind of incorporate that into the current plan. Thank you.
And Councilmember Harvey.
I agree with what was said by the previous two council members. I think if we can work out leaving the garden there, I think in the interim, it might be in our best interest since it's already there and the investment's already been made, if that's possible.
Thank you. I tend to agree as well with that. And then I'd also just like to know a little bit more about the insurance situation. Procedurally, if we approve this tonight and we're not able to resolve the insurance issue, what would happen?
Well, I mean, I feel confident that we'll figure it out one way or the other before the end of July. And I guess, yeah, worst case, you know, I don't know. I mean, I'm feel pretty confident that we'll figure something out, at least for an interim arrangement, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, is there any further discussion or comments? Yes, you can come on up. Well, hold on just a second. We'll go ahead and reopen public comment, and please step up to the microphone so everybody on Zoom can hear you. Oh, please come forward to the microphone.
Too. Sorry about
It's
that.
okay.
So as you all know, I'm Ashwarya. I'm the administrator at Sandy Loam, and I just wanted to, state for the record that I was visiting Tommy's farm and learning a little bit more about her practices, and I just cannot imagine a more perfect operator for the ranch. Her ranch is similarly like kind of smaller, and the way she manages it, it looked beautiful. Her animals looked amazing. She had a whole chicken area where she was able to feed the chickens just purely through her chicken garden. I mean, the whole space was magical. So by voting for her, I really think you are all doing something really great for the city of Cotati. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Since we've reopened public comment, is there anyone else in the chambers who wishes to speak? And can we go back to Zoom one more time?
Calling once again for public comments from our Zoom attendees on this item. Please use the raise hand icon. I'm not seeing any hands. That will end public comment. Thank you, Mayor Sparks.
Okay, great, thank you. So, yes, Councilmember Harvey.
I just wanted to point out that in addition to the speaker that we had earlier that runs the garden, I did receive, I think it was 4 or 5 letters recommending that the hydroponic garden stay. So I just wanted to point that out, that there were multiple letters received, and I did forward those. On the ones that were not CC'd to the city manager, I also forwarded those to him. So I just wanted to point that out.
All right, thank you. City Manager Obid, just a clarification, if we provide direction to you tonight to try to keep the aquaponics on site, is that actionable for you, or do you foresee any issues with that, or do we need to have a further discussion about it?
I understand the intent. It's complicated, but I understand the intent. Yeah.
Could we maybe provide direction, just trying to be real clear so nobody has, wrong expectations about what's going to happen? Could we provide the direction to you that we bring it back to council before any final decision is taken to remove the aquaponics?
Well, part of the complicating factor is that Farmster ends July 31st, and the aquaponics operations is they're a subcontractor to Farmster. And so when Farmster's gone, they're gone as far as their license goes, their ability to operate under that license agreement. So yeah, I'll have to just consider what options there might be if that's the direction the council wants to go.
Okay, so we can just provide direction to do whatever is possible to.
Yeah, I'll just have to explore the options.
Okay. All right, if there's no further discussion, then we look at, yeah, go ahead.
I just had a question about what the new manager's ideas were for gardening in that area.
Are you Tommy? Yes. Hi. Yeah, would you mind coming up so Councilmember Lemus can ask her question to you? What's up?
Hello. Could you repeat the question? Yes, I was just wondering what your ideas were for the garden or gardening on the farm.
Gardening in general?
Yes, or the vegetable fruit garden, because we understand there's a hydroponic garden right now, and so we wanted to know what your thoughts or vision was for that.
I'd like to expand the gardening throughout the property and focus on plants that the community and children can pick and eat for themselves and recognize so that they can connect with food production. Does that answer your question?
Yes, so do you plan on expanding the garden, right? So
yes.
The hydroponic part, did you have any thoughts into keeping or changing to something different, or was your thought on that?
I don't recommend keeping it.
Okay.
There are some technical and logistical hurdles. I don't have any experience at hydroponics, and as Damien was saying, it does get a little complicated to operate with different subcontractors that I don't personally know.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I just had questions because I wasn't sure. We were asking the city manager something that we wanted to kind of hear from you, what your vision and thoughts were on it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so it sounds like we're looking for a motion to approve this interim contract and also direction about the aquaponics. Does anyone have thoughts about that? Well, would anyone like to make a motion? It sounds like we have no more discussion. Yeah, Councilmember Harvey.
Well, how do we resolve, or is that Damien going to resolve the fact that if we approve this operator even temporarily and they have no interest in keeping the aqua garden, how do we resolve that?
That's a good question.
Oh, thank you.
Well, so I don't know if this is an answer or not to that, but so right now the aquaponics operation is part of Farmster's operation, and Farmster winds down. In theory, so would that, right? We don't have a direct license with the aquaponics operator. The licensees that are there now wouldn't be licensing with him, so I guess I don't know. The only other alternative is to then create like a third licensee on the property, I guess, but that sounds kind of unmanageable, and I don't recommend that necessarily, because it just gets more unwieldy because you have 3 different operators on the same little small property trying to work on the same areas. I think the greenhouse that the aquaponics operation's in could have some other uses too. And it's really about the long-term, what the long-term goals with the property are, and whether that operation ultimately fits into that long-term operation. I think that's really the question, more than what do we do right now. It's more about what the long-term vision is. And, anyway, that's.
Yeah, the council's in an awkward situation now because this contract runs out on July 31st and we have to make a decision now, and we're not going to have time to discuss it again anytime soon before that aquaponics needs to. Is it the case that the aquaponics would need to be off the property by July 31st, or would there be any leeway to keep it temporarily while we thought through the potential solutions?
I think it either would be a city-owned thing or it would be a licensed operator to remain on the property. I don't know that there's any other options.
I guess I'm just kind of curious, if this is like a 6-month interim, are we doing an RFP meanwhile to permanently have an operator? So what if we remove the aquaponics and then later on, whatever operator, got the RFP adds it back in? I guess I'm just kind of curious about that, how that would work, or is it easy enough to remove and then add it back if it was part of the new plan?
I think, I think the issue with that is it's a highly technical thing to run and run successfully. And it's not something that people aren't gonna, I would be surprised if someone would propose something like that unless that's their background. It's a pretty technical kind of.
Yeah, I was trying to understand it because it's all new to me and I didn't know. And I just, there was a person that spoke on it earlier. So I was trying to understand how that kind of fit in or worked in.
Yeah. I would think it'd be unlikely that anyone would propose that with a proposal, unless they happen to have that particular background for some reason. But that's relatively, I think, rare for this kind of ranch operation.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was the one who first said, yeah, I'd like to find a way to keep it there during this interim period in case it is a part of the longer term operator's vision. But I understand some of the difficulties with that. And it's certainly not a, historic use of the land or anything like that. That's part of the sort of land, the preservation of agricultural heritage sort of vision for the space. So if there's not a clear way to make that work with the interim operator, I'm okay with that going away. I'm a little unclear about the ownership of some of the stuff that's there. We know that the person put a lot of his own money into pieces, so I'm not sure if the greenhouse goes away or if it's ours, for instance, things like that. But that doesn't matter so much. So I guess it would make me sad to see it have to go away for when there's a chance that it would be a good feature long term, but I also don't see a clear way to leave it there for now.
All right. Well, it sounds like we need to. Sorry, Councilmember Harvey. Go ahead.
Yes, Damien. In some of those letters that we received from some of those individuals, they had a desire to help, and they weren't specific in what ways. I'm just wondering if maybe you could reach out to see if what that help might look like and what that might mean. I mean, I'm kind of torn like everyone else. It's there, and I'd like to see it stay if it could, but it's very complicated. But maybe those folks who've been doing this for a while, have some ideas that we're just not thinking of. That's just my thought. If maybe, we could reach out to one or two of those folks to see if there's anything that we're missing.
Yeah, I think you know, what I'm hearing is if, you know, if there's some interim way, and it's not apparently clear to me right now, or not immediately clear, but maybe something will occur to me later. I get the idea. But ultimately what it comes down to, I think, is what's the long-term vision for the ranch? This kind of operation has never been part of that long-term vision. Whether when we do the RFP and we have a new operator, is it part of that? I don't know, you know, but I mean, I think that's probably the question, really, is this particular, and this is what we do for all the different elements of the ranch, is, you know, what we're doing, does it serve some larger function to meet some bigger, some goal we're trying to get to?
And, you know, from my perspective, it would be ideal if we could have time to discuss that question specifically, you know, prepare to discuss, you know, what's the long-term vision of the ranch and does it include this, and be able to have that discussion before it all gets ripped out, you know. So that's, I think you understand the direction, then, to see if there's any interim way to keep it, to enable us, to buy us some time to have a more robust discussion about this, if it's possible. Okay, I think we've done maybe all that we can on this right now. Can somebody make a motion about this agreement?
I'll move that we approve a license agreement for an interim livestock operator at the Veranda Folletti Ranch.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Lemus,
Yes.
Councilmember Harvey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ford,
Yes.
Mayor Sparks.
Yes. So that passes 4-0. Councilmember Rivers is absent. We are going to move on now to regular agenda item 12B, and then after that we will back up to the other things that we skipped and start back with 11B. So let's go ahead and move on to 12B, the Citizens Initiative for the roundabout ban repeal.
All right, thank you. All right, in 2012, a majority of the Cotati voters passed Measure U, which prohibited the construction of roundabouts, traffic circles, or other similar traffic features anywhere within the city of Cotati city limits. And this citizens initiative in the packet tonight seeks to repeal the roundabout ban in its entirety. The city clerk's office has certified that this initiative meets the formatting standards for initiative petitions as described in the elections code. And the petition must be signed by not less than 10% of registered voters. In Cotati, it's 4,962 in order for the council to take action. On July 2nd, the petition was submitted to the city clerk's office with a total of 718 signatures, exceeding the required 497. The petition was then submitted to the Registrar of Voters, the ROV, on the same day for signature verification. Signature verification was received from the ROV on Monday, July 8th, and was uploaded to the packet and is available to the public and the city council for the meeting tonight. And just as a note, in case it wasn't apparent by looking at it, that the procedure the ROV uses is, I think it's 500 or 3% check of signatures, and in this case it was 500, it's a smaller initiative, it's a minimum. They checked the 500 signatures per the requirements, and approximately they had about a 90% signature validity rate, which was more than sufficient to meet the 497 ultimately of the 718 based on that percentage of valid signatures. And then once the ROV validated the signatures, the council is required to submit the ordinance without alteration to the voters at a regular meeting. The other options listed are not really available in this case. That includes the council can't directly adopt a repeal of a voter-approved ordinance, and ordering a report of study isn't really viable either, because this has to be to the ROV by August 9th, which is before our next regularly scheduled council meeting. And it has to be a regular meeting to put this on the, or push this to the ROV for inclusion in the November 5th election. So if the council does adopt the attached resolution tonight, it will place the measure on the ballot for voters on November 5th. And given that the general election is already scheduled for November 5th, city costs to place this on the ballot are expected to be nominal, likely under $5,000. And one other just note on the resolution is that it does include a statement of, if the council adopts it as is, it does include a statement of support of the citizens initiative by the Cotati City Council. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'm sorry, just a question, can you restate the very last thing that you said? I couldn't quite hear.
So the last thing I said was that the resolution also includes a statement of support of this measure for the council. The council will be supporting the measure.
Okay. Thank you. All right, any other questions for staff before we open up to public comment? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. We're going to go to Zoom first on this one. Can you please open it up?
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, if you'd like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon. Our first hand is from Neil Hancock. Neil, you have the floor.
Yes, good evening, Council. I'd just like to say that I was one of the people who put this forward, and it was going around door to door. I found that most people didn't know there was a ban, and they signed the petition. Some comments from people at their door said, I lived in so-and-so, and they work so well there, they're so much safer, etc. So I look forward to it going ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no further hands from our Zoom attendees, that will end public comment on Zoom. Thank you, Mayor Sparks.
All right, thank you. And I have a comment card for Eris Weaver.
Hi, thank you. Eris Weaver, I'm a Cotati resident and executive director of the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition, and another one of the folks who were involved in getting this put on the ballot. When several of us first started talking about it a couple of years ago, I said, oh, wait, at the time the Rohnert Park roundabout was under construction, I said, let's wait till that gets built so everybody can get used to it and know that the sky won't fall, as was predicted by some of the arguments for the original ban back in 2012. I'm also the designer of this infographic that some of you may have been seeing as people going door to door. As part of my work in the transportation safety realm, roundabouts are safe, they reduce collisions, they reduce fatalities, they slow down the street, they're cheaper to maintain than any other kind of intersection. They reduce less idling because people aren't sitting, so that's better for the air. There's just so many positives to this. And I'm very happy to see this, that we got all the signatures we wanted, and hope that you all will approve it. And we'll be working on the campaign to I'll probably help write the the argument for it. I had one more point I wanted to make, and it's flown out of my head. Anyway, so I'm obviously in support of this as an individual, but also representing the Bicycle Coalition, because this is something that is much safer for pedestrians, for cyclists, and for everyone, really. Oh, I know, I was going to mention some of the other ones as they're becoming more common here in the county. Currently under construction is a roundabout at the junction of State Highway 116 and 121 near Sonoma. Caltrans is doing that. And I don't know if you know that the county of Sonoma has two roundabouts planned for Old Redwood Highway in Pengrove, one at Redwood, one at the intersection with Railroad, and one at the intersection with Eli. So they're coming. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else in the audience? Yes, come on up.
Ed Gilardi. I also was one of the members of the community that was gathering signatures. And my neighbor, former police chief in Petaluma, shared an interesting story with me. There was some opposition with Petaluma's first roundabout on McDowell Boulevard. It was one of the highest incident both with car and pedestrians. When they put that in, incidents dropped down to practically zero. And he said it was a turning point in Petaluma for people understanding the possibilities that roundabout have and the safety factor that it goes in. So I'm looking forward to that being in our toolbox that we can use in this community. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else in the chambers who wishes to make a comment? All right, that will end public comment. I'll bring it back to the council for discussion. Yes, Vice Mayor?
Well, I'm fully in support of the resolution as written, including the council endorsement. And I hope that Ed Gilardi's neighbor can help write the pro statement too. Thanks.
Okay, other comment or motion?
I'm in agreement as well.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt a resolution placing a proposed ordinance on the ballot for November 5th, 2024 to repeal Chapter 11.11 of the City of Cotati Municipal Code, removing the existing ban on construction of roundabouts, traffic circles, and other similar traffic features in the City of Cotati.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Lemus,
Yes.
Councilmember Harvey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ford,
Yes.
Mayor Sparks.
Yes, that passes 4-0. Thank you very much. So with that, we're going to move back to our regularly scheduled order of things, and we're going to go back to item 11B, which is a public hearing introducing an ordinance for Plex housing. Now I'll turn it over to our planning staff.
Good evening, Mayor Sparks, members of the council. My name is Autumn Buss. I'm an associate planner with the city. This item is an ordinance related to Plex and single-family housing objective design standards. Next slide, please. As you know, on May 28th, the City Council and the Planning Commission held a joint workshop to discuss options for objective design standards for Plex and single-family housing, as well as code updates to the land use code that would facilitate housing development in the city. The interest in objective design standards, the use of them has been increasing for multifamily housing development review in response to a great deal of state housing legislation that has come down the pike over the last few years to local jurisdictions. And accordingly, our housing element includes a program to expand our existing multifamily objective design standards to address all types of multifamily as well as single-family housing. In addition, the housing element includes a goal to promote Plex housing development in Cotati. And when we talk about Plex housing, what we're talking about here is a type of multifamily development that's between 2 and 9 units in a single development. And what is compelling about Plex housing particularly is the fact that it provides a great way to build infill housing, where we have a number of opportunities for that in Cotati. And it's also an opportunity to build housing that is affordable to middle-income households. Following the Planning Commission and City Council joint workshop on May 28th, staff was directed to continue developing an ordinance, which we are bringing back to you tonight. The ordinance includes changes to the code that would include some adjustments to our existing multifamily objective design standards, which now would be for 10 plus units, includes the creation of Plex housing objective design standards, and also those design standards for single family housing as well as a third set, and then a number of different changes meant to promote housing development. The Planning Commission reviewed the draft ordinance at its meeting at a public hearing on June 17th and is recommending adoption of the ordinance, and I'll go more into their discussion a little bit later on. Next slide, please. As you know, it's a long staff report, it's a long ordinance, and there's a lot of detail in the staff report. I'm going to go over in my presentation really the highlights of comment, what kind of changes or responses in the draft ordinance are there in response to comments we got at the workshop from the council members, planning commissioners, and members of the public? First is the draft ordinance is proposing maximum unit sizes for, and this is particular in relation to Plex housing. So in zoning districts where Plex housing would be allowed, that there be these maximum unit sizes, keep the units on the smaller side, keep them affordable. There was some concern that that might be too limiting to developers as well as to what the market demand might be within the community. And so we've included a cap that 80% of the units in a Plex development would be subject to those unit maximums. 20% would be, the developer could make them any size that they want, and that would allow them to meet market demand and achieve better financial feasibility, potentially, of Plex housing projects. A comment we got from a community member was related to construction costs, construction feasibility, and he specifically called out a few items that we weren't getting quite right in the ordinance related to construction feasibility. And so we've adjusted those. Those are related to door and window trim, exterior siding. There was also a comment related to the elevations of the structures, which is what you see when you look at the structure from any given side. So with the multifamily objective design standards, those elevations need to be all the same. So you look at a building, it's going to match. Every side is going to match. It's going to be the same style, same color, same trim, same design features. In order to meet a more feasibility for these smaller scale developments, we backed off on that for the Plex housing. So it's now anything you're seeing from the street, the elevations you see from the street sides, those should all be consistent. When they're interior to the development, doesn't need to happen. Same with single family, the rear side of the house does not need to match the front and the sides. We subsequently, after the workshop, asked our architectural consultant, we have a contract consultant, to review the ordinance and just make sure that we were getting things right in terms of meeting common construction practices for feasibility. And he didn't provide us with any comments that would, any changes that we should make in the standards. Next slide, please. Related to other changes proposed in the ordinance, so not just the design standards, but other development standards, there's a list of various changes. Those are all oriented generally towards increasing the developable area of lots so that more housing can be placed on any given lot to help us meet our housing goals. An issue that was raised at the workshop, and this echoes the unit max size for unit size maximums for Plex. The ordinance also proposes zoning district unit size maximums, and this is only in 3 zoning districts: neighborhood, medium, and I can't remember what the CD is, downtown commercial, that there would be a maximum unit size of 2,200 square feet. In the neighborhood urban district, which is our most dense district, maximum size of 2,000 square feet. Other zoning districts, these unit maximums would not apply. So again, there was a concern about the feasibility of these unit maximums. And so we are suggesting to apply those to 80% of the units within a development, again, to increase feasibility and meet market demand. Another concern that was raised was that staff was suggesting that the Plex development be exempt from the WUNRF requirement, which we have in our which applies to all multifamily development at this time. The suggestion was that we should retain that, the WUNRF requirement for Plex development. At this point, staff is still recommending to retain that exemption. The reason being that we believe that most Plex development will actually be exempt anyway. What the ordinance, the WUNRF ordinance requires, the WUNRF section of the code requires at least an 80-foot long driveway from a smaller street, 110 feet from an arterial. And that would be a driveway with almost no parking on it in order to actually create a WUNRF. So the conditions for a WUNRF to actually be constructed on a Plex housing development property are not so likely to come to pass. And for that reason, we're thinking keep it clean and simple, just apply the WUNRF standards to 10+ unit multifamily projects. Next slide, please. We also, another comment we received, some concerns were raised at the workshop related to the multifamily parking minimums. So the housing element includes an action item to set our multifamily parking minimums to match those of the state density bonus, as you know. And those are a fair amount lower than our current standards. And so a suggestion came through in the workshop that we require a parking management plan for developments that had fewer parking spaces than what we have been requiring. And so we incorporated that into the draft ordinance. The threshold level that we initially had was any project providing just the minimum amount of parking under those new standards. At the Planning Commission, there was some concerns that that minimum threshold was actually not high enough, that parking management plans should be required even for projects that might be actually providing more parking than the bare minimum. And so in response to the Planning Commission discussion, we've set that at 1.5 spaces per unit average across the development, so that anything less than that would trigger the requirement for a parking management plan. And the specifics of that parking management plan would be hammered out in the conditions of approval process for each project as to exactly what measures would need to be in place for that development in order to manage the amount of parking appropriately so that it didn't impact the surrounding community. Next slide, please. So once again, the public hearing before the Planning Commission took place on June 17th. The Planning Commission passed a resolution recommending that the council adopt this ordinance. The Planning Commission did express some concern related to the maximum unit sizes, even with the 80%. With that ability for developers to have 20% flexibility on the maximum unit sizes. And they were particularly concerned about what if a developer comes in proposing affordable units, should they get some leeway in exchange for, on the unit maximum sizes, in exchange for providing affordable units. And staff pointed out that a project that provides affordable units may also qualify for the state density bonus, in which case the developer can request a waiver of those maximum unit size standards if they can show that those standards interfere with their ability to meet the density that's available to them and to provide their density bonus units on the site. And so that's not actually something we need to include in the ordinance, because the state density bonus mechanism exists as an overriding provision that's available to developers outside of our code. The Planning Commission also expressed some concerns about the parking management plan, as I mentioned on the previous slide, and so we feel like we've addressed their concerns in the draft ordinance as it's brought to you tonight. Next slide, please. With that, the Community Development Department and the Planning Commission recommend that the City Council hold a public hearing and introduce an ordinance amending Title 17 land use of the Cotati Municipal Code to establish objective design standards for multifamily plex and single-family plex housing, and to make code updates to facilitate housing development. And I'm available to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will take just questions, just questions, not discussion. And then we'll open the public hearing and have time for discussion later. So does anyone have questions for staff? Yes, Councilmember Lemus.
Yeah, I just wanted a little more information about the concern about not allowing enough flexibility with the 80% with the maximum size of them needing more flexibility in some cases. So I just want a little more information on that.
I think that concern primarily arose from the recognition that some of the recent developments in town have had larger units, and the concern that might be in excess of the proposed unit maximums, and that there might be kind of a chilling effect on developers' interest in certain sites, particularly for sale housing, if they were limited to unit sizes. The feeling was that among the Planning Commission was that the 80% provision, so that the allowing 20% flexibility, was actually sufficient, and they were satisfied with that. The concern was if a project would provide additional affordable units, could there be some bonus to them so that they would get some flexibility in those unit maximum sizes?
Okay.
Right, so it was something on top of that 20% in exchange for affordable units.
Okay. Is there anything right now in the density bonus, they do have the affordable units, that allows for increased square footage, or not that?
Well, so the way that the state density bonus law works is that developers providing certain levels of affordable units at certain levels of affordability and numbers of units can qualify for a certain number of concessions. And those can be generally applied to any development standard that a local jurisdiction has, as long as it doesn't impact health and safety.
Okay.
Right, so it is conceivable, yes, that a developer could say, these maximum unit sizes are keeping me from being able to financially build these density bonus units that I'm entitled to by providing the affordable units, and therefore I'm requesting a concession.
Okay.
And so I will go over those 20% up to, say, 25 or 30% of the units that are above that maximum unit size.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know if there was a preset concession for that specific request, or is that something?
No,
it's case by case?
Exactly, yeah, it depends on the project.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Harvey?
Thank you. Yeah, I have a couple of questions. So can you help me understand, in one part, we're changing the NL to be permitted by right for the Plex housing. So can you help me with the units per acre, both minimum and maximum, and how that works with the Plex housing? So for instance, it says 4 units per acre minimum, 6 units per acre maximum, but how does that work in correlation with the Plex?
So the density, so the density range of the allowable density per acre will not change. So that goes with the zoning district, and the allowable density will not change. So a developer will only be able to build Plex housing on a parcel to the extent that they are also within the allowable density maximum for the site. Now, if they were able to avail themselves of the state density bonus, that might change. But as it is, they would still be beholden to those density maximums by the district.
So the density trumps the Plex, except if there's a state.
Yeah, because the Plex housing is a land use type. And so, we're setting certain development standards that are associated with lot size or setbacks, but it's a housing type, and it depends on, and so the density is actually just by the zoning district, not by the land use type. So there is no density standard that's associated with Plex housing. Flex housing is defined as a 2 to 9 unit development. And so it'll be up to the developer to locate a property that would allow them to build a type like that within the allowable density for that property based on the zoning district. So it's not going to work everywhere.
Okay.
And indeed, it's only allowed it would only be allowed in the NL, the NM, and the NU districts as well. So the Plex housing would not extend beyond those zoning districts. So it wouldn't be taking, the Plex housing wouldn't be an allowable type in, say, RR or RVL.
Right, I just, when we say 2 to 9, what I was worried about was, can they do 9 even though the density on that level of zoning says they could only do a maximum of 6?
Right, yeah,
That's why I was
it would not be possible. No, not without somehow invoking, a density bonus.
Okay. My next question, I was a little confused because we went from a very minimal amount of information and requests on bicycle parking to this elaborate, quite, it looks like expensive kinds of facilities and lockers and all of that. Where did that come in? And my concern with that, and maybe or someone knows, how expensive is all this elaborateness to the developer? Because we keep trying to move in the direction of making things easier and cheaper for a developer, and this kind of almost felt like it was going in the opposite direction.
Right, so the amount of bicycle parking that's required has not changed substantially. When we started, it's sort of a cascade effect to how we got to where we are with this draft ordinance. In looking at changing our parking minimums, we realized that if we reduce the amount of automobile parking that's required for multifamily development, that would impact how much bicycle parking and incidentally motorcycle parking would be required, because those are tied to the total number of automobile parking spaces. So we wanted to make an adjustment so that we were not going to be losing bicycle or motorcycle parking. And so we came up with a per unit standard for the bicycle parking. And in looking at that section of the code, I realized that we were lacking a lot of detail. So the amount of parking hasn't changed, but what has been included in the draft ordinance is a good deal more information about how to make that quality parking. And so what we have had before was, you got to put a rack out there and it should be anchored into the ground. So this is a good deal more detail, as you mentioned, modeled closely on the City of Santa Rosa's standards. And I think what might be more expensive for a developer is that there is a provision to provide covered and secured parking, whereas we did not have a requirement for that before. We didn't separate out temporary rack parking or, say, locker or secured bicycle enclosure parking, which would be, that latter would be secure enclosed parking. And so the City of Santa Rosa has some standards associated with that. 75% of the bike parking in a residential multifamily development needs to be this enclosed secure parking. And that was a standard that made a lot of sense to us. And so we have incorporated that into this draft ordinance. It is true that that type of bicycle locker or bicycle enclosure might be more expensive, although it can be as simple as a chain link enclosure in a parking garage. So it doesn't necessarily need to be really fancy or high tech. There's also the possibility to waive that if there are garages available for where bicycles could be stowed in the development. So long answer, yes, it's a good deal more a good deal more information and more standard. It's not increasing the requirement overall, but it is, I think, making it a lot more effective to deliver bike parking that's actually meaningful.
Yeah, because it almost looks like it's what you were saying before, because there's a whole section in here on short term and what needs to be there and all of that, and then long term and how you have to have lockers or a restricted access enclosure. And so it sounds very elaborate and required, but I guess it sounds like it's negotiable. And is this something, I'm just asking out loud, that they can waive in the waivable things?
There is very little that cannot be waived with the density bonus. So yes, that could be waived.
Okay. And then my other question, I was stuck, and it's in here in a couple of things, and I just didn't get it. It says street and driveway widths shall not exceed the minimum widths established by the city or fire district. What are they trying to get at here? Shall not exceed the minimum. It's saying that you have a minimum, but you can't make it any bigger. Can you? It was in a couple of these different sections, and I just didn't understand it.
Can you point me to a specific section? It's helpful for
Sure.
me if I can
It's
read it.
it's page 179 is the first time I saw it,
Okay.
and it's item number 6. I was just trying to visualize why we would never let someone, I see why we'd have a minimum, but I didn't understand why we would not let you exceed it.
I think that, so this is a requirement that has appeared in our multifamily standards since they were adopted in 2021. And my take on it is that the idea is there's multiple reasons for that. One is to reduce the amount of paving overall within a development, and to allow more land area to be available for open space and for the units themselves. I think
It
that
just seemed like an odd sentence in there.
it is
I
odd,
just
and
wasn't sure what-
yes, and having delved into our code in a number of places in relation to this, because once you start tinkering with one thing, it turns out there's all these other areas of the code that need to be adjusted, and they don't all agree with each other. We actually have some very specific driveway standards elsewhere in the code, and so I would have no problem at all just removing that sentence, because I feel that it's quite well described in other sections. And
that sentence was in a few of,
Yes.
because we have multiples of, so yeah. And then my last question, it talks about, and again, in multiples of these, that at laundry facilities, each unit shall be provided a plumbed individual laundry area within the unit or its garage. So we no longer are allowing common laundry facilities? Is that?
No, it should say that they can provide a common laundry facility as well. And
it doesn't say that.
It doesn't say that.
It's the next page, page 180, and it's item number 7.
It's supposed to say that.
And I just, I thought, well, maybe.
So the last sentence is, alternatively, the project applicant may provide common laundry facilities.
So we would allow a
Yes.
common facility.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Although,
That's on my, yeah.
yes, that would definitely be an option. It's interesting, these rental projects are coming along with proposals for in-unit laundry. It's becoming quite common, but absolutely, we would allow a common laundry facility.
Perfect. And then my very, very last question has to do with the refuse containers. I know we talk about those. It seems like every time we talk about something, we talk about the refuse containers. It says in 6 units or less may be served by individual or shared refuse containers, which must fit either in garages or in a special enclosure. That number, where did the number 6 come from? And the only reason I'm asking is because now everybody has 3. You've got your gray can, your blue can, your green can. So for 6 units, that would be 18 receptacles. So that's a lot of receptacles to, find a place to put. And, we've had discussions about, people rolling them in the street and, bicycles getting there. So is there a reason that we have that number up so high?
The goal is to provide flexibility for developers so that they would have options. Say they have multiple street frontages, perhaps where cans could be rolled out. The goal is to not place an onerous requirement to include a large trash enclosure because those take up space as well as expense. There's nothing magical about the number 6, though.
Okay,
I mean,
but when I think, I have nightmares from Santero Way because everybody has their own containers, and on garbage day, it's really quite the nightmare.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know, it just feels like that's a lot of containers. Unless we have a good plan for where to put them on garbage day, I guess, is my concern.
Mm-hmm.
Can you state what page that I was looking for? I couldn't find
Oh,
it.
I'm sorry.
It's 183.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I do the location and amount of solid waste storage area and service is something that comes up in the design review process. And so it is something that we look at for each development, and we do include conditions of approval that relate to those enclosures or whatever kind of service they're saying they're going to have. And so that is something that we can address in the conditions of approval, if we have concerns that that there is going to be a proliferation of bins street side.
So can I say that another way? That when you guys look at it from a design review perspective on a specific lot, if it looks like that's going to cause problems, that you'll look to do another solution than that. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all my questions. Sorry.
They were good questions. Yes, Vice Mayor Ford.
Okay, just a few. And I'm sorry, I didn't find the text, but you talked about the elevation consistency. So along one side, got to be consistent. I assume that doesn't mean that the different units can't be painted different colors. Most of your example pictures actually had the different units painted different colors.
Right. Yeah. And I think it would be architectural style more than anything else.
Great.
And it would fit, the objective design standard too. So we would have, there would be a certain design consistency by following the objective design standards, but I don't think that the uniformity of color is one of those requirements.
Okay, great. The 50-foot frontage limit for a building, I'm curious about that, like a 4-unit row house, they're each 12.5 feet wide. That's a pretty narrow house. So are we really limiting to 50 feet per building?
Mm-hmm. So not necessarily. Because I think there is actually another way to approach that. Mayor Sparks had also mentioned previously a concern about that. The goal is to avoid what appears to be large, blocky, multifamily massing of units, and so that's what inspires the limit to the facade width. However, there are other ways to approach that, and what we have in the 10+ multifamily objective design standards is horizontal articulation is a requirement, so that as you're looking at a building, one portion will be set back. So there's a requirement for an articulation like that every 50 feet of facade for a multifamily development that's larger. There is also vertical articulation that is required as well. So it's not a single roof line. Now, we don't allow a flat roof line per our design standards anyway, but that's another way to accomplish that visual differentiation or the feeling that you don't have a tall building looming over you. And so I think what staff would propose is to apply that standard from the 10+ units design standards to the Plex. And so it would actually be that a facade width of longer than 50 feet is okay, is allowed, as long as there is that articulation, particularly the horizontal articulation with every 50 feet. And for the multifamily 10 plus, it's actually an 18-inch horizontal offset. We would actually recommend at least 36 inches for the Plex. Because with the larger multifamily developments, they want a much straighter line in order to keep the units very uniform. And we're just talking about a whole different housing type anyway. So, you know, with the Plex housing, there's the opportunity, like a single family house, to pull parts of the house forward or set them back. It's a much more natural design.
Okay, thanks. I'll save my comments about it till the conversation. The last question is, just a scenario, I'm still confused about defining Plex by the development size rather than building type. And so, for instance, the development that went in on Valparaiso, something ranch, I can't remember what it's called. Anyway.
Kessing Ranch.
What?
Kessing?
Kessing Ranch, thank you. Includes some duplexes. At least I call them duplexes, but they wouldn't be duplexes according to our Plex housing because they were part of a primarily single-family housing project. So I'm confused about what standards would apply to those buildings that are not single-family homes but are developed as they're duplexes. Is there a way to write this so these standards apply to those? Because to me, you know, 5 duplexes should still be Plex housing, not the 10-unit multifamily. So I'm confused about how it. So my question is really that scenario of the Kessing Ranch duplexes, 50 units or whatever it was being developed, including 4 duplexes. It doesn't feel, as I read it, like these standards apply, but I think they should.
You're right, they would not, as the draft ordinance is written, they would not. So the goal, your goal here would be to apply the Plex standards to Plex housing types that appear in a larger development that has a mix of unit types. Okay.
Well, I'm just asking questions now, not expressing opinions. So.
Could happen. Mm-hmm.
I have a couple follow-up questions. I'm gonna draw you a picture here. If there was, just so I understand what articulation is, if there was a duplex that looked like this from space, would that qualify as being, and let's say it was 100 feet across, would that qualify as articulation?
Yes.
Just the, okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that takes care of my concern about that, because we have a lot of existing duplexes that are like that in town already. And then one more question. With all the changes in state regulations, I think it's prudent to just always assume that I don't know the answer to even obvious questions, because the law might have changed since the last time I looked. So right now, if somebody has just a single plot and they're going to build one house on it, does one single family home, that's done at is that approval done at a staff level?
Yes.
And if somebody had a single plot of land and they wanted to build a duplex on it, would that be staff level, or would we have to go through design review for that?
That would go through design review.
Okay, so what would it take to change that and make duplexes by right? Because it said somewhere in here by right, but I think it meant permitted use, because by right is usually meant to mean staff level approval,
Right.
non-discretionary.
Right, yeah, in this case, is the use allowed by right or not? The design review is a separate entitlement. So, yes, so as of right now, a duplex would require design review that would come to the Planning Commission. There is that portion of the code that would require an amendment to a different section of the code, which I don't know what that is right off the top of my head, but no, we are. Yeah, you could amend it now if you wish.
And
It's the design review section of the code, which is 1762, which we are amending to make sure that we're consistent with an objective process.
so my personal preference would be to go ahead and do that for duplexes specifically, since there's so many duplexes integrated into existing low-density neighborhoods already. It feels to me like that's a real meaningful change we could do to spur kind of missing middle housing production and just allowed duplexes without discretionary process. I don't know if that's something that other people on the council would be supportive of, but I'm sort of, okay, so I just wanted to ask about that. And then I think my other questions were addressed already. So are there any further questions before we open public comment? Yes, Councilmember Harvey.
Can I ask a follow-up question to your question? I just want to make sure, like you, I want to make sure I understand it. So when we look at the allowed land uses and permit requirements for different things, when the P is there, it just means that it's permitted. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's not going to go for a review.
That's
I'm
correct.
trying to understand your answer.
Yeah, it's confusing, I know. So, yes, where you see the P, you will also see in some cases a line through, which is not permitted, under any circumstances. There's also the UP or the MUP, so categories of use permit. So the allowed land uses table does address only the use. Can you have that use on that property or not? There may be additional layers of entitlements that are required. Even if you don't need a use permit, you may need design review. You may need hillside review. You might need tree removal permits. There's a universe of different layers of standards that we have that correlate with different types of entitlements that may or may not apply on a given property.
Oh, thank you. That's helpful because it does eliminate some of concerns that I have. So that's helpful. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? We're going to open the public hearing. We will go to the chambers first. Is there anyone in the chambers who would like to make a comment on this item? Okay, not seeing anyone come forward. Let's go to Zoom.
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a public comment. Our first hand is from Neil Hancock. Neil, you have the floor.
Yes, good evening, Council. I would support the duplex by right, or that it can be built by anybody. I live in I bought a duplex in 1996, possibly the only one in Cotati at the time, but it was built in the 1950s. So we've got some of them. At one point, the duplex on the street was made, I guess it all went to single family homes, and then we had to talk it up, and that was allowed again. So it's been through some ups and downs, but I definitely think, that there's a value of the duplex, that right next door is something that we rent out. And so that provides a service to the community. It means you can look after everything very easily. So a duplex by right is a way of making it very easy to have more housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Seeing no further hands, that will end public comment. Thank you, Mayor Sparks.
Okay, we will close the public comment and bring it back for discussion. All right, who would like to start us off? All right, Councilmember Harvey.
I just have a follow-on question based upon what was just said by Mr. Hancock. So if we make a duplex by right, does that mean that all of those other things like trees and hillside and all of that goes by the wayside?
No,
Is
so
that right?
it's getting to the point that Autumn was making earlier is right now the use is permitted. So even if someone were coming forward with a duplex, there's no question about can that use be allowed. So 2 units on that parcel. What we would be reviewing at the Planning Commission level would be the design of it. So that's the distinction is when something is permitted in the land use table, there's no question about can that operate, but a separate section of the code talks about when you're doing new construction, that goes through a design review process. And it specifically says single-family homes are reviewed at the staff level. But it wouldn't preclude any other layer of review, such as a hillside requirement because it's built on a slope, or a subdivision requirement because they're proposing to do it as 2 units that can be sold separately, or any of those other things, from having their own review process.
So I guess I'm a little confused because I thought what also the mayor was asking was to make, if I understand it correctly, to make duplexes be just over the counter by right and you can just build it.
So I did hear that. One way the
Okay.
council could kind of parse these issues is to say, generally duplexes, they're allowed by right and design review is done at the staff level, but hillside development still applies to a duplex built on a slope over 15%, as one example.
So would we have to get that specific?
I'd have to read the language to answer that question, the specific of the code. I mean, it depends. So if the council provides direction that a duplex, no matter what, should be allowed to be built with just a building permit and reviewed at the staff level, then we can implement that into this code section. If the council has concerns over other elements such as hillside, or I don't have another good example, then that can also be addressed with the ordinance that's before the council tonight.
I have a follow-up question. How is hillside development, and I forget what the other example is, how is that handled currently if a single-family home comes to staff?
I'd have to review the hillside language.
Oh, okay. Yes, Vice Mayor Ford.
I'd be very much in support of treating duplex approvals the same way that single-family homes are treated. So whatever that is, I don't think we should make a distinction there where duplex, so single-family homes, according to the code, do have to undergo design review, but it's done by the director, not by the planning commission. So they still go through design review, and I think there's no reason to hold duplexes to a different, different process. They're still reviewed, and the hillside ordinance and whatever other approvals are required seems to me to make sense to treat duplexes the same as single-family homes, whatever that is. I'm a little nervous about trying to make amendments on the fly to code, and I would hope we just put that off to another meeting if we're going to do that. I'd also really like to find ways to incorporate in the code things like this issue, if you're building a larger development and 4 of the buildings are 6 units or less, or whatever our cutoff for a single building should be, that the Plex objective design standards apply to those buildings, even though they're not a 2 to 9 unit development. So it feels to me like and I'd like to see that 50-foot frontage. I'm perfectly happy with the, it seems to me like there still ought to be some size limit on what counts as a Plex housing total length, but it should be more than 50, and I'd like to see the offset language to me, it would make most sense to require that the offsets denote boundaries between units, but maybe that's too specific in the code. So I'm feeling like we're coming up with enough stuff that we ought to maybe not try to do it all on the fly. That's my current sense.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Is there any problem or urgency to this that we could take some of these suggestions, come back with modified language after we've had time to do research to introduce it at that point? Would that be a problem? Or?
So just really quickly, hillside standards do apply to the construction of even a single-family home. Any grading on 15% or more of a slope is subject to hillside development, and that would go through a separate review process. So hillside's off the table. From currently where we sit, all we've heard from the staff perspective is the question about the number of units that triggers construction of a centralized garbage facility versus allowed individual trash cans, and the question about design review. Is that correct?
There's frontage, changing the 50-foot limit on a building to something bigger, but with articulation. And I don't know if others agree with this, but I would like to figure out a way to put in the code that these standards apply to 2 to 4 unit buildings built as part of larger developments.
And we also had the removal of the street and driveway widths shall not exceed the minimums language. That one's pretty simple though.
I mean, if we can do it all on the fly, that's fine with me to go ahead and do it and introduce it. That's fine.
Councilmember Harvey?
Yeah, I'm just worried that we don't know what we don't know. I mean, the one thing that you mentioned was hillside and trees, but what other things might be in conflict that we just because we're sitting here on the fly don't know to tell you, well, that should be included or not included either. I don't feel that I know all of the ordinances and how they overlay with one another. I mean, maybe, Ben does, but I just don't feel like I know what might be in conflict. But generally, I'm in favor of what I heard said about treating, duplexes more like the single family, but I don't know what it is that I might have an unintended consequence of.
Yes, Vice Mayor Ford.
So that piece of section 17 that says the director shall have the authority for design review for a single family dwelling on one lot that has not been constructed in conjunction with 2 or more dwellings in the same subdivision by the same applicant or developer. That would be super easy to change. Developer shall have the authority for design review for a single family or 2-unit dwelling on one lot that has not been constructed in conjunction with 3 or more dwellings in the same subdivision, etc. So it feels to, and all we're addressing is the design review. So we're not saying anything about all the other things. That it's possible that somewhere else in the code there's a distinction made between a single family home and other types of developments, and we're not going to fix that tonight, but we could at least fix this piece pretty easily and put design review for duplexes at the staff level.
To me, the outstanding question is about whether we can move forward tonight is whether there's a way easily to incorporate your other concern about larger developments of lots of different homes that includes duplexes and applying these Plex standards to those. Do you have any thoughts about whether that's something we could do tonight?
It's worth noting that right now, the city council or planning commission does design review on these larger projects. As you just read, anything that comes together as a larger project, we require architecture to be submitted as a part of the subdivision. So it would be, the analogy would be as if we approved a subdivision without seeing what any of the homes would look like. You just saw the lot map. We don't do that in Cotati, and most cities in Sonoma County do not do that. So if somebody's coming forward with a subdivision that's larger than 1 unit right now, we ask you to provide architecture in addition to the subdivision map. This would allow that to go to potentially 2 units. Or, I'm sorry, that wouldn't even apply to a subdivision. It would just apply to somebody building a duplex as it's proposed, because a subdivision living in a separate section of the code, as Councilmember Harvey pointed out, requires full planning commission or city council approval regardless. We have had conversations about allowing lot splits at a lower level, but that change has not been made yet.
Councilmember Harvey.
I guess I'm a little confused because I thought what Ben was asking was that he wanted the standards to apply to those. These objective design standards.
Yes, Vice Mayor Ford?
I thought that was the question. And
Yeah,
that he didn't
it was, but
think that was in, okay.
yeah, it was. But Director House brings up a good point that we already see those projects primarily, and we can apply those standards. Though it still should be clear to potential developers what the standards are that we're going to apply.
Which is, I thought, what your point was. I mean,
Yeah.
that's all I'm saying. I thought
Right.
that's what your point was, that they should know ahead of time that we intend for those that are included in those to meet these standards.
Yeah.
And that you want, yeah, okay.
Right, right. So and then it's still, I guess because so many of the objective design standards are architectural design issues, it just, I'm struggling still with defining them in terms of total number of units in the development rather than at the building level. So 5 duplexes now gets our multifamily objective design standards, not the Plex standards, and that seems strange to me too. So I'm struggling with how to.
If I may.
Yeah.
We actually already have a little bit of that blurring there. We're proposing to apply the objective design standards for Plex housing to cottage housing projects. And just the design, the architectural design portion of those standards. So no other part of the Plex standards would apply to cottage housing because it has its own set of standards. But it's absent architectural design in those standards. And so we actually have a specific call out where we're taking the architectural design standards for cottage housing, we're pointing to the Plex housing. And to me, I think it seems feasible to create language like that that relates to other types of developments as well. To me, what's not clear is whether you can move ahead tonight without having the very specific language, or you can give us that direction and we bring it back with for the second reading.
Yeah, I wonder whether it's just a sentence in the multifamily objective design standards that says buildings consisting of fewer than 4 units may alternately use the architectural standards in the Plex housing or something like that, which mirrors what you just said for the cottage housing. And I'm still a little unclear, but we don't have to solve it. The Kessing Ranch issue, if you're building a bunch of single-family homes with a couple of duplexes, somehow we should be I'm not sure that the architectural standards differ much between single-family homes and duplexes, so maybe that's not an issue, but it still feels like those duplexes in those single-family home developments fall through the cracks, kind of.
So, all right, where are we at? we've got several different suggestions. So my question, I have one more question about sort of to the point of whether we can move forward tonight. The facade width, I had heard you propose some language that we would use the same language from the multifamily objective design standards about building articulation, but adjust the required offset to be at least 36 inches. So it seems like that am I understanding right? That
yes.
You think that's something we could just do tonight?
Yes.
Okay, so that one's solved. And then Vice Mayor Ford proposed adding a line to multifamily objective design standards, which we are adjusting tonight, right? So we could add that in to just say that a single building within a multifamily project that's 4 or less units could alternately use the Plex housing. Did I hear you right?
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm not sure that 4 is the right number, but that feels right to me.
Okay. Would that be something that you feel we could easily add tonight, or do you foresee any complications with that?
Yeah, we definitely can come up with that language based on what we heard. Question would be, should it be shall or may use the
I think
Plex standards?
May, probably.
May.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Shall is much more objective.
Oh.
And we have to be objective, so I think.
I think if they're given the choice to do one or the other, it doesn't, it
perfect.
doesn't matter. Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds to me, and anybody can correct me if I'm hearing this wrong, it sounds like we could move forward tonight with this. Okay. Could you read me back, are you keeping notes on can you read me back what you've got?
Okay, so we have 3 down here. One is to require articulation of a depth of at least 36 inches in the building facade at least every 50 feet for the Plex development. To apply the building design standards of Plex housing, or to make those an option for Plex housing. Sorry, let me start again. Make the architectural standards for Plex housing be an option for 4+ unit structures that are within a larger development that would not otherwise be a Plex development.
I'm sorry, did you say 4+?
4 or more units is what? Oh, was it 2? Up to 4.
Up to 4.
Let me start again. Apply the architectural design standards of the Plex housing design, objective design standards as an option for projects with up to 4 units in a building in a larger development that would not otherwise be a Plex development. And to allow duplex development to be approved at the director level for design review as single-family development. Single-family homes are. Single-family homes.
And I had one other, which was to remove each instance of street and driveway width shall not exceed the minimum. I don't know if I have the wording exactly right, but I'm sure you know what I mean.
Yes.
I do have, apologize for throwing a wrench in this. As we've restated it, I do have a question about that 4-unit buildings, because you could have a big, huge apartment complex come in that's like 200 units and they're going to build them all in blocks of 4. And it doesn't seem appropriate to allow the Plex housing standards for that entire multifamily development to me. I don't know, what do you think?
Can you talk about why not? I'm just curious what the issue. The architectural standards is all we're talking about.
So just the architectural standards, would that cause any complication in terms of like one-earths and open space and all the other standards that go along with multifamily? That's what I'm concerned about.
Yeah, I was just picturing building architecture, but
So all the other standards then would go back to our multifamily standards for 10 or more units, and that points back to the one-earth requirement as well.
Okay, so there's a way to work the language where it's just the building.
Yeah.
Okay, great, then that's fine with me. Okay, does anyone else have comments or questions? Yes, Councilmember Harvey.
I just want to be sure that we are clear on what we're going to do with the refuse containers. I just want to feel good about that. I have nightmares of Santero Way. Sorry.
Okay, so where did we leave the refuse containers? It was on page 180, right?
It's on page 183.
183.
Is where one, it's probably other places too, but that's the one that it sticks out.
It's 183 D5A.
Yeah, 5A.
So, your concern is that
18 individual carts, depending upon where this is and what it is a lot of carts.
it's true. I mean, I'm kind of thinking that the zoning, like we discussed earlier, the density is going to have to match the underlying zoning. So it's not like we're cramming a whole bunch of units into an area that is not meant to accommodate that many. So I'm not sure how crowded it'll be. Yeah.
well, it could be very crowded. I mean, if you're down at your Santero Way in a very densely zoned place and you're stacking 6 flats and you're trying to put 18 bins in a 40-foot frontage, that could be a problem. I agree with Councilmember Harvey's concern here, and I wonder if one reason this is a concern is because it's much easier for the developer to just say, y'all deal with trash on your own, call Recology, y'all get your own. So if we say 6, and they build 6, typically there will be individual bins. I'd be comfortable changing that to 4 from 6.
Yeah, I just want to point out that as today, what our multifamily standards say is that 4 units or less may have individual trash cans, and that 5 units or more triggers the requirement for a trash enclosure. Okay, we're removing that language from the multifamily standards for 10 or more units because they will always have a trash enclosure. But we can take that language and we can insert it into the Plex standards. So it would be 4
Or would feel
or
better.
less.
Yeah, that seems kind of natural, a natural break point. I'd be supportive.
I mean, I just think about even on my street, there's 3 houses, and when everybody puts their cans down at the bottom, the garbage company gets upset because they're all close together because there's not a place to put them all.
Okay, is there anywhere else in the document that 6-unit number shows up, or is it just there on
No,
page 183?
that's
Okay,
the only
good.
reference to the
Okay.
Plex trash
Okay, so we
Thank you.
can
removal. Yeah.
add that to the list as well. All right. Any other thoughts or concerns? Okay. Are we ready for a motion then?
I move that we introduce an ordinance amending Title 17 of the Cotati Municipal Code to establish objective design standards for multifamily plex housing and single-family housing, and to make updates to facilitate housing development with the amendments that Associate Planner Buss has read out. Thank you.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Lemus,
Aye.
Councilmember Harvey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ford,
Yes.
Mayor Sparks.
Yes. All right, that passes unanimously 4-0. All right, we are going to move on to our last public hearing of the night, which is item 11C, the engineer's report about the lighting and landscape assessment districts.
Mayor, members of the council, Greg Scott, Public Works Director, City Engineer. Every year we come back as required by the Landscape and Lighting Assessment Act to prepare to present the engineer's report, and this provides us the ability to levy annual assessments for the residents that happen to live in an existing landscape and lighting assessment district. Over the period of time from 1989 to 2003, the city formed 10 individual districts. Then back in 2017, fairly recently, we decided to streamline the process and combine them into one district, but each of the zones keep their individual characteristics. Okay, next slide, please. I'm gonna go ahead and skip that slide and the next slide. Right, and land on this one. So these are the names of the 10 zones within the single district, and the table here shows the 23-24 annual assessment, what the current annual assessment is, and what the proposed assessment is per equivalent single-family dwelling. And I wanted just to point out on this table that the first 6 zones are static. At their formation, the city did not build in the ability to do an annual adjustment. So some of those are 30 years old, and with inflation, $34 a year, $32 a year doesn't really go far. And then the last 4, 7, 8, 9, and 10 do have a annual adjustment ability. And when we apply it to when they were initiated to January 2024, that's how we get the current maximum annual assessment, and that's the assessment we can levy without having a Prop 218 process. But the actual assessment is somewhere in between. The next slide shows this is new this year, a graph of what the reserve balances do or are trending. So the red line are the ones that we're able to adjust annually, and the blue line are a combination of all of the static zones. And so the static zones don't really do much. In fact, 3 of them have 0 reserves. So that's basically 3 have positive reserve balances at this point. The red is reflecting Santero Way over time having gone down quite a bit, as well as Park Meadows. Park Meadows, we've done some significant capital projects. We put in lighting, pathways, improvements, which brought the reserves down, and now they're recovering. With Santero Way, for many years since its inception, the HOA actually paid for the landscape and lighting district costs. And so back in 17, 18-ish, the city took the reins back and said, no, the landscape district is responsible for that. And so the reserves started coming down, and then we went with a landscape contractor, which was more expensive than before, just to take care of the irrigation, the turf aeration, and things that are more the standard practice. And so for the fiscal year ending last week, we hope that we've bottomed out with those reserves, and that's where you see the trend now hoping to climb back up again with the red curve. Next slide, please. This one I don't expect to make too much sense out of because it shows the reserves individually. So I think the red one is Santero Way, as it's going down dramatically, and we're trying to bottom out and then climb back up again. The orange, which is the one that kind of stands out, where it goes up and then it makes a dramatic fall. That's where after 20 years we decided, that's Altman Acres. We did the capital improvement project to completely revamp their landscaping and tear out basically everything, all the tattered 25-year-old weed fabric, and a lot of the plants were dead and dying, and we redid the irrigation. So you can see that even after quite a few, like a decade or more of building reserves, it just takes one project to, take those reserves down. So we have to be very careful with those reserves. All right, next slide, please. This slide, again, lists all of the zones, starting with the first column of the number of properties within each zone. It's anywhere from 8 properties up to 70 properties. So it's quite the range. The second column is the reserves balance at the end of 23-24, and then the projected reserve balance or estimated reserve balance as of June 30th, just a week ago. And just to point out here, Whale Hollow has been 0 for a long time. In fact, the admin costs alone are higher than that zone's expenses. And that zone is being joined now by Macklin and Sierra Meadows with 0 reserve balances. And just to give you an idea, just for perspective, the annual revenue is also presented in that table. Okay, next slide, please. So what factors are different than prior years? The notable changes here, first, for all or most zones, the administration costs doubled from the prior year. It went from $12,000 a year to $24,000 a year, and there were several factors that contributed to that. One was our primary landscape contractor, I think their foreman left town, and so several months went by without most of the landscape zones being maintained, and so the city had to jump into action on something that we typically not give much attention to because it's being taken care of. And so that was very labor intensive to go and do an inspection, detailed inspection of each of these sites and for justification to not pay the contractor. And so the silver lining was we didn't pay the contractor, and then of course the downside was we had unmaintained sites, and then the high administration costs to then kind of rein that in. And then we made an effort this year to streamline future processes by tying in the automated enterprise finance reports with Excel spreadsheets that can be linked to the report. So we're not manually entering those numbers. It's more an automated process for future years. So it was labor intensive this year, and we hope to reduce the costs next year. And then, believe it or not, just the ad to put in the community voice, it's gone up dramatically. It's like $1,000 just to notice this meeting. So, and that's just a requirement. We have to do that. Okay, so on the second one, we've got Zone 1 water losses. This was disappointing. We had, there's backflows on all of these irrigation services, and on Zone 1, which has been doing okay. It's one of the static zones, but it's had a fairly good reserves, and it's fairly manageable. The backflow certification tester went in and opened up the service because the city just shuts it down over the winter months, and opened up the service in the winter to do the backflow testing and left it on. And apparently one of the zones was in the on position, so it was leaking, using water all winter long. And that was a considerable water bill of like $1,500 or $2,000. So we were able to give a credit, 50% of one of the months, but that's as far as we can go with the credit. So that led to that zone taking a big hit, but I think it can recover in future years. Number 3 on there, we switched landscape contractors for Garden Gate, and that's Zone 7, Zone 8 Park Meadows, and Zone 10 Altman Acres. Running backwards from there, Altman Acres, I mentioned we did a sizable refurbishment of their landscape, and we didn't want it all to die, quite honestly, so we brought in a new reputable contractor to do that, and the annual costs for for maintaining it more than doubled. Same with the other zones. Once you get somebody in there that gives you quarterly reports and takes an accounting of the irrigation and the plant health and checks in regularly, it's a more professional service, and that just costs more. And we foresee moving to those types of services, more professional services in the future, which will drive up the costs. Okay, next slide, please. This one's going to be a small one to read. Yeah, sorry about that. Basically, though, the static zones says minimal maintenance. That's the status. We just maintain minimal maintenance, and either the reserves are depleted or the reserves are not doing much. Just slowly increasing, slowly decreasing, just kind of bouncing around the bottom. And then once you get into 7, 8, 9, and 10, for Zone 7, trees were trimmed, new blanket on the backflow prevention device was provided, the reserves are increasing. Zone 8, you got that's Park Meadows, decorative pathway lights. 4 years ago, the McGinnis Circle pathway was installed, and so they have a general fund loan, which they're going to be slowly over the next 10 years repaying on. We also had, they're all maple trees on McGinnis Circle. They're beautiful, but they have very invasive and disruptive roots. We had an arborist come by, and some of the branches were about to fall onto the street where there's parked cars and so forth. So we had to take a couple trees down. Zone 9 is Centura Way. And we've got a 3% increase on the landscape contract year over year to 2024-25. And we hope we've turned the corner on that reserve. Zone 10 is Altman Acres, and the reserve is increasing. Hopefully it'll be sufficient in the next 10, 12 years to do some more replantings and refurbishment once again. All right, so that brings us to our final slide. So this is again the third trip to council. The first trip was back in January, where you designated the city engineer, myself, to be the engineer of work to prepare the report. The second trip was to preliminarily approve the draft report and then have a resolution stating your intent to levy the assessments and to set the public hearing for today. And then here we are today, where we're going to be, where we're asking to approve the annual engineer's report, confirming the assessment diagram and annual assessment amounts, and levy and collection of the annual assessments for the City of Cotati Landscape and Lighting Assessment District for zones 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, pursuant to the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972. So at that point, that concludes the presentation. Be happy to respond to any questions you might have.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Scott? Councilmember Harvey?
Sorry, I hate to be a broken record. So in the financial section where it says financial considerations, we have a sentence in there that says it may be necessary to have a loan from the city's general fund if improvements or repairs become necessary, but is the intent that these borrowed funds will be paid back through zone revenue over time. Why do we have that sentence there in that way when we know for a fact that zone 2, we had to put in another $2,267. Zone 4, we had to put in another $1,882. And zone 5, we had to put in $1,257.80 for a total of $5,407 on 3 zones that will never have the funds to be able to repay us. Why aren't we a little bit more transparent in that? And I know you know that we have zones that, as you pointed out, we can't raise the rates on them, but I feel like in the financial considerations, we should be stating, that unfortunately, because of the way those were set up, we do have zones that will never be able to pay back those loans. So is there a reason we can't put that in there to be transparent?
That's a great point. I apologize because last year we had agreed to say for Quail Hollow in the report, exactly what you just stated, that we've just forgiven their loan and will
we forgave them for $46,000. So now we're, starting all over again, and here we go.
Yeah, so that language will be in the report for Quail, or we're proposing to put it in, or is meant to be in the report for Quail Hollow, because there's really just the admin costs alone are higher than their expenses. The other 2 zones, though, Macklin and Sierra Meadows, that just now dropped back to 0, they've been at 0 before and they've climbed their way back, and then so they're really dependent on how well we can rein in our administration costs on performing these annual things. So there is hope there that those 2 zones might.
So then maybe a comment that says exactly that you hope that, that they've been there before, because when I look at the numbers, it doesn't look like they're ever going to be able to recover. And then second is just, I think, a typo on page 272, the assessment in 2 places, it's 44 cents. And in the middle of the report, it's 30 cents. So it's just a typo. They should all be consistent.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, other questions? Councilmember
Yeah, I had a
Reyes?
question. What I'm noticing is that some of the fees have like doubled and, increased for some of the different landscaping contractors and the different contractors we use. Have we done a study, Damien or director, in regards to if we bring this in-house, would the cost be any different versus paying contractors to do this work?
We do not have the labor to do that. We would need probably 2 full-time employees in our public works department in addition to what we have now to maintain landscaping. And we don't have that level of staffing. So, but you're asking,
Yeah, in
if you
comparison,
hire
how much,
those two.
yeah, in
and-
comparison, how much we pay in contracts total for this versus,
I think that's a valid question.
just a question. I'm wondering, maybe there'd be more, because it sounds like there was some accountability kind of situations here too. So I'm kind of wondering if that would help. I just don't know if that's been studied before.
I will say, we've been talking about doing a new RFP for landscape contractors, just generally. And that could be a good opportunity to look at the cost of those bids versus, like you're suggesting, what a couple staff or whatever we think the staffing level would be, what that alternative would be if we did it with in-house staff.
And it's not only the staffing, it's all the equipment that comes along with it, right? The additional mowers and,
Which
things
could
of
all
that
be
nature.
electric.
Okay.
All right, any other questions for staff before we open the public hearing? All right, we open the public hearing. I'll go to Zoom. We're opening public comment now on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Sparks. Just getting my participants window up here. We have lost our Zoom audience, so that will end public comment on Zoom. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone in the council chambers wishing to make a comment? Okay, seeing nobody coming forward, that will end public comment, and I'll bring it back to the council for discussion. Can I ask staff to respond to the, just to clarify, Councilmember Harvey, were you asking for any change to the resolution to incorporate those financial considerations, or just like in the future, the staff report have that information?
For sure in the staff report, and I didn't go back to look to see in the actual report that gets published if there's similar language, but for sure in the staff report. I just want to be transparent about that, that's all.
Mr. Scott, is there a way to incorporate that into the published report, or is it already in there?
We could put that in the published report. It becomes more formal. And if it depends what our intent is, just to like show what we intend to do, then the staff report would be a more informal way to just, keep us on track and give out, I guess, guidance for the subsequent years. So I don't know how formal it needs to be from our financial policy point of view.
Okay.
Well, won't this come back again to us?
No, I believe this is it, right?
All right.
This is it. This is the last time the
Is
council
this
seen
it?
this.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, okay.
Right.
I
This
was
is
gonna
it for
say
this-
in the next,
for this
in
round,
the
this
next
is it.
iteration, could you add that?
It'll be back next year.
Yeah, no, this is it for this year, right?
Fun times.
I don't think the engineer's report has that information in it, really. It's just a
No.
staff report. So,
So I guess we
I
just,
didn't see it in the engineer's report.
yeah.
so Councilmember Harvey, is it sufficient for you to just provide the direction that it needs to be in the staff report next time, or do you want to
I
see
can
more?
live with that.
Okay.
I just, yeah, I
Just
can live
making
with
sure
that.
we're making sure we're addressing your concern. Okay, so any other discussion or questions? All right, looking for a motion?
I'd move a resolution to approve the engineer's report, confirm the assessment diagram and annual assessment amounts, and levying a collection of the annual assessments for the Cotati Landscaping and Lighting Assessment District for fiscal year 24-25.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Lemus,
Yes.
Councilmember Harvey,
Yes,
Vice Mayor Ford,
Yes.
Mayor Sparks.
Yes, the motion passes 4-0. Let's take another 5-minute break. We will be back. Okay, we are going to resume our meeting. In the interest of time, and because we've got some illness going around, I'm going to propose that we move items 12C and 12D to our next regular meeting, if there's no opposition to that. Okay, hearing no City Attorney, is that okay?
It is, yes.
Okay, well, we'll move those on to the next agenda. So let's move on to item 12E.
Okay, Senate Bill 1298 is what we're talking about. So at the June 25th City Council meeting, under future agenda items, City Council requested that staff agendize a discussion on SB 1298 for this meeting tonight. Existing law states that the State Energy Resources Conservation and Development Commission has the exclusive power to certify all locations on which an electrical transmission line or thermal power plant is constructed or is proposed to be constructed, and the related electrical transmission lines and or thermal power plants. Existing law authorizes the commission to exempt from certification a thermal power plant with a generating capacity up to 100 megawatts, so that's the threshold, over 100 megawatts, and modifications to existing generating facilities that do not add capacity in excess of 100 megawatts if the commission finds that no substantial adverse impact on the environment or energy resources will result from the construction or operation of the proposed facility or modifications. And just so everyone's on the same page, a thermal power plant is defined as any stationary or floating electrical generating facility using any source of thermal energy with a generating capacity of 50 megawatts or more, and any facilities appurtenant to that. So geothermal facilities, wind, hydro, photovoltaic, are not thermal power plants as defined in the statute. So this bill, if approved, if it goes through the legislature and gets signed by the governor, would authorize the commission to exempt from certification a thermal power plant with a generating capacity up to 150 megawatts if specified requirements are met. So in other words, increasing the ability to exempt from 100 megawatts to 150 megawatts. So for the 150 megawatts proposed in the bill, the requirements that must be met are that this thermal power plant is solely used as a backup generating facility for a data center. It is located on the customer side of the meter and is not interconnected to the distribution system. A skilled and trained workforce is used to perform all construction work on the facility. I don't know what that means exactly, but I assume it's like union or prevailing wage probably. The commission finds that no substantial adverse impact on the environment or energy resources will result from the construction or operation of the facility. The commission obtains a determination from the relevant air pollution control district that the backup generation technology meets the best available control technology. And then this bill as proposed currently would expire automatically on January 1st, 2030. At this time, SB 1298 has passed out of the Senate and is in the Assembly Policy Committee. And as indicated on the attached documents, Cal Cities has taken a watch position on this bill. So it's neither opposing or supporting the bill in its current form. And presumably parties interested in building or expanding data centers in California are requesting this change to allow more flexibility and backup power options until 2030. As I think everyone knows, data centers are very large consumers of energy, which appears to be accelerating with AI-based computing. And if the council wishes to issue a letter of opposition, the attached template opposition letter is the suggested template to use. I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Okay, any questions? All right, let's open it up for public comment. Do we have any Zoom attendees?
No, we do not, Mayor Sparks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone in the room like to make a comment? Okay, seeing no takers. Would you like to say a few words about this?
Yes, this came up at a Sonoma Clean Power Board meeting where it kind of had gone under the radar, and the chair of the board noted this and brought it to Sonoma Clean Power staff's attention, who did more research, and that's, I believe, where the template came from. And then they started organizing, getting the other CCAs around the state to recognize that this really is kind of a threat to our climate goals that we have in California. And specifically in the letter, you can look at the bullet points where it talks about the negative impacts that will happen. First of all, 1298 would really exempt this entire sector's backup generation from the 100% clean energy goal indefinitely, because there's nothing really that's going to prevent the operator from one of these generators from using it as backup power every day if they so choose. And these are not clean energy, so it could be, a gas-powered generator. And also, the location of some of these generators and data centers could be in vulnerable communities, which really impact public health of communities. And so, that's why I feel like really important for us to sign on. And this was sent out from the mayors and council members as a reminder for different jurisdictions to hopefully support an opposition letter.
All right, thank you. I'm generally in support of sending this letter.
Yeah, I'm strongly in support of sending this letter.
Councilmember Harvey, what are your thoughts about it?
I have no problem with sending this letter.
Okay, then would I be looking for a motion?
Sure. Yeah, I make a motion that we send a letter in opposition to SB 1298.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Lemus,
Yes.
Councilmember Harvey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ford,
Yes.
Mayor Sparks.
Yes. All right, that passes 4-0. All right, that takes us to our reports. And in the interest of time, can I ask that people just report things that are sort of urgent? Maybe hold off the rest of the reports until next time. All right, the city manager's report.
So I'll just let the council know, I think everyone knows in this room, but Cotati Kids Day is this weekend, so I'll skip all the details, but that's going to be a huge event. And we have the Cotati, just so you know, Community Development's working on the Cotati Density Bonus Program that I talked about in the joint meeting. And so I expect sometime in August we'll be seeing that as well. So lots of housing stuff. And in the interest of time, I'll just leave it there. Thanks.
All right, shortest city manager report ever. All right, thank you. I have nothing to report.
I have nothing to report.
Okay.
Nothing.
Councilmember Harvey, you have a report?
Nothing. Most of my meetings got canceled for July.
Okay.
And yeah.
All right, that was the fastest item 13 and 14 ever. All right, so that will take us to public comment on non-action agenda items. Is there anyone wishing to make a public comment on non-action agenda items? Okay, that will end public comment. On that, we're going to go into a closed session, which is conference with legal counsel on existing litigation. Name of the case, Countryside Mobile Home Park LLC versus City of Cotati. I'd like to open public comment for our closed session. There's no one in the chambers to make a public comment. Is there anyone on Zoom?
There's not.
Okay, so that will end public comment, and we're going to adjourn to, sorry. Oh, city manager, had you said something to me about the second one?
Yeah, the second closed session, I just suggest we punt on that tonight.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we're just going to do the conference with legal counsel. Item 16A and 16B will be pushed to the next meeting. Okay, we're adjourning to closed session. right, we have returned from closed session. We have nothing to report out, correct?
That is correct. I just wanted to make clear that we did not take up the second closed session. We only did the conference with legal counsel.
Correct. So we addressed item 16A, but we did not discuss item 16B, and we have nothing to report. Was there any information received after the agenda was posted?
Yes, we did receive the verification of signatures from the Registrar of Voters yesterday, as well as 2 public comments that were submitted regarding item 12B. All 3 of those documents were uploaded to the HTML agenda and available here in print in the chamber tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. All right, with that, we will adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everybody.
Bye, all.